like it. I like it. Gotta relax.
This is Earth Radio. And now here's human music.
Human music. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Hello, ladies and gentlefish. How are we doing? Oh, let's just reorganize this slightly so that you can actually see what's going on. I have to play with the lighting. Is that better? I'm gonna have to turn off the autofocus on this, I think, just because I don't know what the best. Yeah, it's going to be like backlit from there, I think is probably going to be your best bet. Is it not? Maybe I need one of those ring lights.
Well, here's one.
Here's one we prepared earlier. Here's one Lizzie Bell noggined earlier.
Impulse bought.
Here's one that
Here's an impulse buy.
Here's an impulse buy that Lizzie Bell had that she didn't even realise would assist me. She's
I bought it for me, for holding my phone.
She's just that awesome. Alright, is this gonna reach? We might have to put it here.
The cord's pretty long, so you can put it on either side of your table as well, if that's going to be the way of your arm while you're drawing. Or you could put it on the back and put it between your computers.
It might
On
just
the
not
back
be big
between your
enough.
computers.
Yeah, maybe. Ooh. Alright, let's do that one.
It bends, so bend it as much as you need to.
Alright, that potentially. And
Is that what you
then
need?
how does it
Oh, sorry, there's a switch on the.
how does it say hello?
Now, what flavor of light would you like? You've got warm, neutral, or cool.
Probably the neutral, I think.
And
Oh yeah, that's good.
I think is that going in brighter? That's the brightest.
That's
and it can
the
go
brightest.
down, but you can be at the brightest.
Maybe a little less, just a little
Tell
bit.
me.
Oh yeah, just
Yeah?
one more down.
One more down.
Perfect. Alright, let's slowly wiggle this over slightly.
You're welcome.
Oh, thanks, Lizzie Bell. Look at us! Pro streaming and shit.
Right, then we set this up first.
If only we'd thought of this ahead of time.
Do you need a hand? Just need to not knock it now that it's up.
Need to just not move it at all. And then angle everything else around it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a cheap one. It was like ridiculously cheap. I only bought it for the phone holder that clipped onto a table.
Alright, so now I'm very bright, which is weird, but that'll do. That's fine.
You can be very bright.
I can be very bright. Anyway, I just brushed my hair there that I don't have. Anyway, whew, that was a good start to the stream. How are we all doing? So it's Friday. I was dying yesterday, I think. Oh yeah, because so I had an appointment, medical appointment, doctor's appointment, and then I had my psych appointment, and that was just too many appointments in one day. And then I also was tired, just in general. So, and then Cog was also tired, so we decided to postpone Pokemon. So we didn't do Pokemon yesterday. And I missed all of last week because I was teaching, and then I was sick, and then it was just, there was a lot going on. So that's last week, and then this week we're a little behind, but we're catching up. So that's a thing that's happening. Some potentially good news. I'm not going to be teaching anymore.
Yay!
So I'm going to focus on trying to become a full-time artist. I'm going to be working on the tattoo stuff. We've been doing some awesome things there. I might pick that up later to show you, but I have, it's on the Instagram, so you could probably just go and check out the Instagram if you wanted to see. But on the Instagram, there's a whole bunch of tattoo work that I've been doing, which is very awesome and I'm very happy about. And I think has worked quite well, has come out quite well. And then we've been working on some tattoo designs. So also on my Instagram, I think there's 4 or 5, I forget how many, flash sheets that are up there at the moment. Basically a showcase of different styles. We worked on some of them on the stream, and then I've worked on some of them off stream. So those are all up there. I'm really, really happy with some of them. A little less happy with others, but overall I think they're a good quality, and I now was happy to post them. So we will be doing some more of those on the channel at some point in the near future, and then progressing on thereafter. And if we have time, probably not on this stream, just because I'm going to be doing some traditional art, getting back to doing some of that because I enjoy it. We're going to do some more digital flash sheets in the very near future. So that's what's happening. We're doing at the moment a kind of little self-project challenge that I have given myself. I'm calling it Mushroom 4 Ways, but I'm going to try and do it as many ways as possible. Basically, what we're going to do is we are taking the same basic design, the basic design of this Amanita muscaria, a fly agar mushroom, so like a red cap, essentially. What people think of as a magic mushroom. So we're taking that design, and we're taking a particular image of a mushroom that I found that I really liked, and we are basically going to try and recreate it in as many styles as possible. I'm going with tattoo design styles first, because I would like to also tattoo all of these. So basically what we're going to do is we're designing them out first traditionally, just so that I can get a hang of what the image looks like and how it works, and then I'm going to try and tattoo it onto our fake skins. We've got this fucking huge ass pile of fake skins. So it's probably a little harder to see there, but each one of these... hold it up to my head. There we go. As big as my head. We've got this pile. Each one of these is a fake skin. It's a silicone skin on which you can tattoo. So I have been practicing and tattooing and doing little bits here and there. And then I've also been doing some quite big things, which are on the Instagram. I might show them off on the channel a little later, but that involves getting up, and I just sat down on this chair, so I broke my old one. Oh yes, I fixed the thing. Well, I didn't fix it entirely. It's still only rotating through a few of the showcase images, but yeah, there was just a mushroom on the screen. That was from our Drawtober last year. But more artworks, more things. Mushroom right there. So artworks are up there. They're stuff from my Instagram. You can go and check them out. Cool stuff. Yeah. So. Oh, your cool stuff. Lizzie Bell is here in the background.
They all heard me with your light.
Yes.
But hello.
Well, I'm introducing you.
Hi.
Anyway, the Lizzie Bell's here. That's super exciting. She's going off to work.
It's been a while since I've done this here in stream.
Yeah, in a little bit. Unfortunately, even though she's a manager and she shouldn't have to.
It's one of us, and we're taking turns. I'm only doing half of the night.
Yeah, she's being dragged away, basically. Where is the image? This is the image I was using. It doesn't really matter for the rest of you, but it matters for me just to get a general idea of where we're at. Cool. Yeah, so Lizzie Bell is going to be leaving. She's probably going to be leaving at about 11:40ish. So probably towards the end of the stream. And she's also probably going to go have a nap, or lie down here and have a nap. I don't know how she's going to manage that with me talking, but...
It's nice, so I'm probably not going to have much of a nap. I'll just have a relax.
Yeah.
A lie down.
A love. So, yeah, that's things. Those are things that are happening. If you have any questions, queries, issues, stuff you want to talk about, chuck it in the chat. I... often don't know what to talk about on these streams, so I am using my I believe these are Prismacolors. They sure are. Prismacolor Premiere. These are super awesome colored pencils. Cog, actually, we were talking the other day. I can't remember what it was in relation to in particular. I think it was a general conversation about like how our lives sort of have been developing and how well we've been doing with things. And one of the questions he had was like, oh, the last time you really got to... Oh, he was talking about his GoPro. That's it. So he just got a top of the line GoPro or something. And he only managed to get it because the kind of... not bottom of the line, but like mid-tier one that he'd bought, like broke basically, like super instantly. And he was super unhappy about it. So he went to the shop and was like, hey, I feel like I should have gotten more out of this. And like it broke and shattered straight away, blah, 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 what can you do? And the guy at the shop was like, yeah, look, we can't replace the thing because, it was damaged via falling. So, that's kind of on you, but it shouldn't have broken this easily. And so we'll do a deal on like the next model, the better model. So it was the first time he'd been able to get like a brand new, super high-end or at least I think this is from the conversation as I remember it, I think this is what he was saying, is like the first time he'd been able to get a brand new high-end, top-of-the-line something for a field that he was like very competent in, like an expert in. And so he'd never had like a top-of-the-line whiz-bang SLR or something like that. And then he was asking me, because I've done pretty well for myself throughout my life, and my family's always made a point of like making sure that if we needed something, we had access to it. We've been very lucky in that regard, but we have had to work quite hard to get where we are. And he was asking, you probably had access to all these things. And I was like, actually, the first time I ever got a top-of-the-line thing for anything that I'm an expert in, like art, so I do art making, and the very first time I ever got, like, the best of the best art tool, or just any tool, really, but art tool in this particular sense, was the time that I got these Prismacolors. And Lizzie Bell, along with my daughter Tia, bought these for Christmas? Birthday. Combined Christmas and birthday present.
I can't remember. Something.
And I'll show you. I'll show you why. So, these are... Oh, this might not be the best way to do it. I'll do it upside down. These are my Prismacolors. Now, the reason why these cost so much is because it's a full range of colors, and these are like quite high-end pencils. But it's this number of pencils, this rack of pencils, 3 times down on each side. So it's 6 lots of like 25 something pencils. So it's like 100 and blah blah blah. There you go, 150 pencils. In a full range of colors. And they're quite good color pencils. They draw and they blend really well, and then they have a high pigmentation yield, so they like show color really well. And that was the first time I'd ever gotten like the super high end anything. So yeah, that was just our conversation. But I'm super happy with these pencils. And I haven't used them a whole lot just because I'm kind of precious with them. I know I shouldn't be, but I kind of am. But they're awesome, and super thank you to my family for getting it for me. But that's what happens when you start making a bit of extra money. You can indulge in the nice thing. And I have indulged in the nice thing in these Prismacolors. So this one's pretty much done. I'll be honest, I did this the other day. Again, I didn't use my Prismacolors for this. I have been just using them to like touch up some of the areas of color that I'm not super happy with. But I used these ones. I don't know where these are from actually.
Same company as the book.
Oh, this is from Cast, the stone paper company, which is very cool. I've not used it yet, so I don't know how... I'm not sure if I would advise it necessarily, like sponsor... no, that's not the word. Can't think of the word. Anyway, you know what I mean. I'm not sure that I would advise you lot getting it. But it feels awesome, and it's super heavy, which is very satisfying as an idea. But like, it's paper made out of stone, like powdered stone that's been like pressed together, and it comes in like just regular book forms, and it's waterproof, and that's amazing for notebooks if you're taking them around or traveling or all these kinds of things. Supposedly works really well. There's a whole bunch of artists who use it who are like, yeah, it's awesome. I have not used it myself, so I can't say for certain. But I have used their pencils, and these are pretty frackin' cool. So, these are colored pencils without the wood. So if you think of like a pencil core, like a colored pencil core, so like these Prismacolors, they've got this coloured core that runs through. Let's see if you can, maybe on this one. There we go. Yeah, so they've got this coloured core, and then they've got wood around it to kind of hold it in place, and so that you're not rubbing up against it, and that way it can be finer point without cracking, because these can be quite soft. And so if you're dropping them a lot, or if you're moving them around too much, or tapping them, or doing any sort of thing, this is why kids' pencils break all the fucking time. This is one of the things I hated about being an art teacher. Kids would treat their tools so poorly, and then get annoyed when the tools broke. And I'm like, well, fucking duh. Anyway, so they're woodless, which is cool. That means that they're a little bit more sustainable, because you don't have to cut down a whole bunch of trees. And the wood doesn't really serve a purpose in the art making process necessarily. And they're super cool looking. The thing I have noticed is to cut down on the wood. I think they've made this whatever the core is made out of, which is basically the whole pencil in this case. They have made it a little firmer. Am I too loud?
No, I decided that I was actually tired enough to have a nap.
Oh, good. You go have a nap. And I will love. Yeah, so they've made it a little bit firmer. I don't know if it's just that the chemical makeup or whatever, or they've mixed it with something to kind of firm it. So they're a little bit more solid than you would expect, and so as you're drawing on the page, they're a little bit rougher, a little harder. Which is not always an issue, but if you're trying to blend colors, or if you're trying to get even coverage on a page, and you don't want the texture of the page to necessarily end up with white spots or whatever on your canvas, on your paper, that can be an issue. So cool pencils, not optimal, but they're not super expensive. They come in a good range of colors. So if you're looking for a good set of colored pencils, these are good. I would still call the Derwent artist collection, which is still quite expensive, but not super high end, not Prismacolor level. I would still say that those are probably the best bet. If you're looking for colored pencils and you're a professional artist, but not spend fuck tons of money kind of artist. It's annoying me that the little little border thing is just popping in. Nitpicking. I'm nitpicking. Anyway, so yeah, I did this artwork already. I think it turned out quite well. I was going for borderless realism. So color realism in tattooing. Borderless realism is basically just your color realism without having hard lines on the edges. So your soft edges kind of just blend into the background or blend into the other colors. That's what I've tried to do here. So that worked really, really well. I did a hard outline for this one. I'm going to try and go in now and add in a little bit of texture, some shading. I think I might have overdone it slightly with the gills here. I should have curved them up ever so slightly. But other than that, this turned out really well. I'm really happy with this as well. The coloring is not perfect, but it's more than good enough for what I was trying to do, and it's definitely good enough for a tattoo, or at least a design of a tattoo that's then going to be recreated. So, awesome. Ugh. So we're gonna go in here. I'm just using one of these 4-color pens, these black pens. I'm only using black and white in this because there is a style of art, black and gray, or black work, as well, broadly speaking, black work, and then black and grey is kind of within that as a concept, and then you can go even more specific to like black and gray realism, or like geometric, that kind of stuff. So we're just adding in a little bit of shading in some areas that are going to help like pop and make this look a little bit more 3D, just to contrast and bring out some of the realism of this. We're not going for realism, we're not going for like perfect recreations. I'm going to turn off the autofocus because I can tell it's struggling already. Where is my main camera? That is my secondary camera. There is my video capture device. Properties. Configure video. Camera control. Focus. Now I want it down to like... I think the sweet spot was like 27. Yeah, that looks about right. Keeping everything else on auto at the moment, just because I haven't played with this setup in a while. But I also haven't played with this setup. Dying. With this new light. So, but this is good. I'm really liking this this little circle thing. I might need to get one of my own, so I don't have to keep stealing Lizzie Bell's. And we're just gonna do a little bit of drawing. Yeah. So there's a bunch of different tattoo styles that like work with just blacks or grey washes, trying to achieve a variance in contrast. You know, your standard tattoo is probably just going to be black, so black work, but it'll probably be within like an entirely different genre, whether it's traditional, the various different forms of traditional, or like neo-traditional, or new school, like cartoony kind of style, or whether it's more towards that kind of illustrative, fine line, geometric kind of thing. Not a lot of people get like realism, like hyper realism, but that is also a not unpopular, like not super popular, but not unpopular, and quite technically impressive. So if you can find the right artist, you can get a really good realism piece. I am currently training myself up to do a bit of realism work. It's not something I'm super... Like, I don't super enjoy doing realism as a thing. But I am competent enough at it that I can kind of handle it as a process. And then there's enough kind of interesting things in the technique that it at least keeps me occupied. So that's cool. That's fun. Really what my focus is going to be is kind of this kind of like borderless color realism. Mostly nature stuff. I don't know how much of it I'm going to do, but like that's a thing that I want to do. I also want to do a lot of like illustrative stuff and working within like a range of different art styles. So basically I want to take a lot of the different artistic movements of painting and art, like specifically painterly techniques, and see if I can apply them to tattooing. So obviously we'll do a little bit of watercolor here and there, though that's not really, you know, exactly my vibe, but we'll look into like the Vanitas and the Rococo and I always forget how to pronounce it, but Chorisco? It was like very strong, vibrant, light, luminous, and then it's kind of soft edge. And then Vanitas is just like hard darks against these bright stark whites. So playing with those sort of ideas and styles and designs, and then a lot of like Renaissance-y style stuff it would be fun to do, and then like some pop art type things, which is a kind of essentially just like, you know, the pop media, new school and illustrative cartoon work, tattoo, which, you know, is fine. I have nothing against that as a genre, art style. Those will be fun things to get into. Those are the kind of stuff that I would want to do. A little bit of ignorant outsider art every now and then. Those are always good fun. I know a lot of people get not a lot of people. Some people get a little bit gatekeepy and shitty about that kind of stuff. But I think it's fun. Even like as a trained artist, people coming in and making like outsider art can be very fun, as long as there is an honesty and appreciation in practice for it. This is one of the big things that I find with like people from a non-academic background who look at the contrast between outsider art or like pop art and modern art versus like a Renaissance artist or a photorealistic artist or something like that. There's a difference between someone who makes something technically, as in like skill-wise, technique-wise, not weak, but like simple. That simplifies technique as a way of creating art, versus someone who makes something that is simple because they can't do any better. And if you have an appreciation for the practice of how to get to that point, of how to get to being good enough to then make something simple, to simplify something down, minimize the kind of minimalism concept. If you can get to that point, then a lot of academic artists and a lot of artists in general and people in general will appreciate more the honesty in making something simple, versus if you are just kind of making shit for the purpose of making shit. Like, there's a lot of artists in history, in art history, who have just made shit for the sake of making shit. And it shows, like, their work is not particularly good, and there's lots of people who dislike it, and there's lots of critics of that kind of work. All through the modernist minimalism abstract movement was lots of heavy critique of people basically just taking the piss, like sort of trying to claim that, like, oh, you know, the skills there and the efforts there and the concept is there, only to then like literally just pump out shit, like drivel, like nothing, and then try and call it these kind of avant-garde transformative work kind of thing, and that kind of rubs people the wrong way, and people outside of academia in art, or outside of like technical development practice in art, so outside of people who are actually practicing artists, people get really annoyed when they see that kind of art, especially when it sells for high amounts, because they're like, well, it's shit, and, you know, a child or a dog could have done it or whatever. And sometimes, you know, that's not wrong. Sometimes it is just shit art, and fair enough. And on the other times, it's not the artwork itself that's important, it's the story behind the artwork. And that's a trickier one, because then it's like, well, you know, where is the skill, and why is that important? I've had many an argument with discussion that usually ends up in an argument with people around this kind of concept, whereby this is a problem. I have noticed the light is above, and so as I'm putting my hand down, the shadow is right where the pen is, and so I can't see, unless I'm working from this side across, which I might have to. I can't see what I'm working on, or at least not very well. I might need to go and get my glasses. Anyway, I'll keep ranting for a minute. You're getting a free artist rant. Where was I? So I've had these kind of discussion / arguments with a lot of people, especially people who just like haven't had the chance yet to learn about these kinds of things and understand where the artist is coming from, or where the critic is coming from, or where the art institution, so like the world itself, is coming from with these arguments and discussions. And sort of fair enough. Like if you haven't had the chance really to engage with it, then it's sort of understandable that you don't know any better, or that you've formed an opinion based on what you know already, and that's reasonable, and that's fine. I can still argue you're wrong, but you have a point of view, and from your point of view, that makes sense. So, reasonable. But one of the big things especially with like minimalism and abstract and modern art in particular, is that like the concept and the story, usually an entire academic essay, so a thesis, 10,000 words long kind of thing, is attached to that artwork. And it's usually shown in the same gallery. So when these artworks are shown, there's usually supplementary material that is there to be read, and it's intended to be read alongside the artwork. That takes a very long time, and most people are not going to do that. Fair enough. Reasonable. I am a proponent, not a huge proponent, but I'm a proponent of artwork should talk on their own merits, and you should be able to look at an artwork and reasonably, via your understanding of the world and its situation in the world, so the background and history of the artist, the background and history of the artwork itself, and then also the institution in which it's being shown, you should be able to work out the meaning or the general vibe of what the story is trying to be about this work. So that should be relatively easy to work out on the face of it. That gets really difficult in abstract works, in modernist style works, because there's kind of two stories going on. The first one is the work itself, which is it's trying not to be a realistic representation of something. Instead, it's trying to emulate the essence of a thing. And just a short explanation of what that means, like if you've ever seen The Simpsons episode of what's his name? Milhouse's dad and his mum, and it's right when they like break up or something, and he draws a thing on the board, and it's like it's supposed to be dignity or something like that. That's basically what it's about. It's reducing down a concept, an essence, into its simplest form. In abstract art, that's like conceptual abstract things becoming a physical manifestation. So love or anger or you know, world hunger, or, you know, whatever it happens to be. In minimalism, because there's sort of abstraction as a thing, and then within modernism there's abstraction, and then within abstraction there's minimalism as this specific genre. And minimalism is even worse because it's harder to grasp. I like it, but it's harder to grasp in that it's abstract concepts about the artwork itself, about the making and the process and what an artwork is. And it's so many people just cannot wrap their heads around it, or refuse to wrap their heads around it, and perfectly reasonable. I don't ever begrudge someone who is like, I don't like minimalism or abstract art. I'm like, perfect, that's fine. You can tell me why. If you can explain why, that means you have a reason to not like it, and that's perfectly fine. If your argument begins at, well, I don't like it because it's shit or something, then that's not an argument. I don't agree with that. But if you can verbalize and you can articulate why you don't like it, why you think it's silly, then sure. But what most people who make that argument, or any of the arguments therein, tend to be, because very few people who dislike minimalism as art actually understand what minimalism in art is. So, here is a basic overview of minimalism in art. This is not a mushroom. This is a picture of a mushroom. But it's not even a picture of a mushroom. It is colors on a page pretending to be a mushroom. And it's even worse than that because it's pretending to be three-dimensional when actually it's a flat plane. So it's an object, it's a flat object, which is using fake color, because it's not real colors, these are pigments, they're pretend. It's using fake colors on a fake surface to fake being a three-dimensional object that actually exists. So it's like 3 or 4 sort of concepts removed from itself, from the thing that is. So there's a mushroom, the thing that actually exists in the world, in the universe, and then once we get to concept art, once we progress further in minimalism and abstraction and modernism, you get one step removed from that again, which is it's a mushroom, but actually it's the concept of a mushroom, it's not just the actual mushroom. So then it gets even harder, but we'll get to that in a minute. So there's the mushroom, and then you divorce from that 3 dimensions, so now it's a flat mushroom, and then you divorce from that real color, because it doesn't have real color, it has these pigments, so then it's not real color, and then it's on a page, on this kind of flat surface, like faking a space, like a picture plane. And that's kind of the 3-dimensional thing, but it's slightly different. So that's then it again divorced. So it's kind of this representation of a representation of a representation. It's a thing of a thing of a thing, kind of diluted down into itself. So artists said, okay, well if this is an illusion, it's pretending to be something. If it's pretending to be something, let's make it so it's not pretending to be something. So then you get abstraction. Then it's just what it is. Then we go, okay, let's take out the 3-dimensionality of it. Let's stop it being an illusion of 3 dimensions or a frame. So then the artwork becomes an object in and of itself. It stops being this illusory space and starts being a physical object that you can interact with. So then you start getting like just geometric shapes on a canvas. And then they say, okay, let's put it down to its finest point. Let's distill it down. Let's get to the electron or the quark of a what's the smallest possible element we can get to, the smallest concept of an artwork we can get to. So then you take out contrast, which is an arbitrary distinction between 2 different colors, or 2 different tones. So they say, okay, let's get rid of contrast by having everything be the same color. And so then you have all the same color on a canvas. And then they go, let's get rid of form. And so then it's just like a square or a rectangle. And so it's a rectangle painted all one color or no color at all. So just white or just black or just whatever. And they put that up on the wall, and that is the epitome of art. That is the ultimate artwork. And if you didn't know all of that academic wank beforehand, you wouldn't understand what the artwork's about. And you would just go, well, that's a blank canvas. It's shit. And you would be right, except that that's not the point of the artwork. And not knowing that is it's kind of a failing on the artist's part, because they really should have made it more obvious. Not like slap you in the face obvious, but like it should have been represented in some fashion or put in some fashion with or alongside the artwork, other than this long academic paper, because no one's going to read it. So fucking useless. But alongside this artwork, so that you knew ahead of time that like that's what you were getting into. You were getting into a like almost like a pun, like a word play, but within the concept of art and representation itself. This gets really messy and really convoluted once you get to conceptual art, which is art about the concept. The concept is more important than the physical object that gets made. People hate this as an artwork, almost as much as people hate minimalism. The only fun thing about concept art is it tends to come along with a lot of like weird, really sort of kind of surrealist out there things. Like whether it's objects or it's documentations or whatever, because part of the artwork in these senses is like it's the concept. So it's how the artist came up with the artwork, the concept being made, and then how the artist chooses to represent said concept. So there's a particularly good one that I like. I forget the name of the artist, but I'm going to look it up now. Kossuth. Joseph Kossuth. The artwork is called 1 and 3 Chairs, and I think the first one was done in 1965, but it's been done a bunch of times since. The artwork has been presented multiple times since, but the concept of the work is from the 1960s. And basically, what the artwork is. Actually, I could just show you. Why am I not just showing you? Images. Now, you're going to see a bunch of different versions of this. There you go. Here is a bunch of different versions of 1 and 3 Chairs, the artwork, by Kossuth. So some art theory here, art practice here. Kossuth's 1 and 3 Chairs is a conceptual artwork about the idea of a chair itself. The chair is not important in the artwork. The concept of the chair is what's important. So often what you'll end up seeing is, this one is a great example here. And I'll tell you why in a second, but we'll look at one of the other ones first. So the artwork is... the artist goes to a gallery and says, all right, I would like to exhibit my artwork 1 and 3 Chairs here, or a gallery will come to Kossuth and say, we want to exhibit your 1 and 3 Chairs. And he'll say, okay, here is a statement of what you need to do to make this show, essentially. So it's on the gallery to sort out making this exhibition, and he says in this fact sheet it says you need to print out in large print and paste onto the wall a dictionary definition of a chair. Does not specify which dictionary, or how, or what font, or where, and then you need to find a chair, take a picture of it, and have that printed in large scale next to the actual chair, which gets placed in the gallery, and then to the side of that, to the other side of the photo, you put the dictionary definition of a chair. And the idea is there is then 3 representations of a chair, all of which are not a chair. So you have the chair, the physical chair that exists, but it's not every chair, it's just one chair. And then you have a picture of a chair, which isn't actually a chair, but it's also the idea of a chair, but it's not every chair, so it's not a chair. And then you have the dictionary definition of a chair, which is also not physically a chair, but it is the concept or the idea or the definition of a chair. And so it's a chair, but it's not really every chair, but it is also kind of a chair. Like it's functionally a chair, but it's also not a chair. So those are 3 chairs, which are all one chair, because it's the same chair being talked about. The dictionary definition is of the chair, because it's about the chair. And then the picture is of the chair, which is the chair that's there, and then the chair itself is the chair that's being exhibited. And so all of them are 1 and 3 chairs, And then the concept itself is talking about the idea of a chair. That when you think of a chair in your mind, when someone says chair, you have an idea in your head of what a chair is. If you are a visual thinker, you will have a visual representation of that chair in front of you. If you are a non-visual thinker, you will describe in your mind, whether it's by words or by sort of general shape, if you are particularly kinetic, kinesthetic in thought process, you will think of the spatial or feeling of a chair, and you will have a chair in mind. The chair you have in your mind is going to be different to the chair I have in my mind, and it's going to be different to the chair that other people have in their mind, but it will have similarities, but they will not all be the same, and it would be very rare that they would ever be the same, and also the various different chairs are all equally chairs. So an example of that is down here, where was it? This is also a chair. Now you might say it's a stool, but it's also a chair. This is 1 and 3 stools, which is kind of one of the next set of pieces, but a stool is still a chair. And then there's more chairs and things. He did these with like brooms and rakes and lamps and various different things. So the concept was kind of reused and recycled a bit. Where was that picture? It was really good. This one. So, it's got the definition of a chair, it's got the chair itself, and then it's got a picture of the artwork of the chair, which is working with the concept of how the artwork is made, and then in the top right-hand corner, so there's the definition of the chair, and then next to that is the description of how to make the artwork, which is the concept of making the chair artwork exhibition. And then the chair artwork exhibition is on is on the left-hand side. So this is like a meta version of this same concept. I love it. It's ridiculous. And this is an example of how deep you kind of have to go with modernist art. It's more about the story, it's more about the idea, the concept that's being worked on, than it is actually about the physical thing that's in front of you. People don't like that. And understandably so. I think that's reasonable. Because it's the story is more than the object, and people like the object to tell the story, and it's not. That's not what it's about. The object is the embodiment of the story, and without the story, the object has very little meaning. Which some people have rightly critiqued, and the critique is basically this: if the object is irrelevant without the story, and the story isn't told to the audience via something, but usually the object, then what's the point in having the object? Because if the story's more important, then why object, basically. And that is a reasonable critique. It's one that I had myself when I was at university. Even though I do like the concept of like conceptual art, I enjoy the kind of weird meta head spinny logic that you have to work through to kind of get anywhere with it. I appreciate that in the art, but I can entirely understand why other people don't, and there are some pretty heavy holes in the critique there's pretty heavy holes in the argument for conceptual and modernist art as being good. I guess is probably the way to. It's good is not the right way to say it, but like I'm failing. Words are failing me right now. What's the? So it's not good because that's a value proposition, and that's subjective. That's like for every individual person to work out whether or not you like the artwork, you think the artwork is good. technically proficient or conceptually engaging, I think is the way that we would usually talk about it. Because there's metrics by which an artwork can be good in one way and bad in others, and yet it can still be a sound artwork. It can be boring as batshit, so conceptually poor, but visually impressive. So something that's like hyper photorealistic, but is of a boring thing, tends to be that. The concept is just that it is the thing, like it's just a mushroom. And so people find that interesting for a second, sort of conceptually, like, oh, you have replicated thing, but then very quickly people will get bored of it and probably not want to engage with it anymore. There are some people who really, really like realism and photorealism and enjoy the technicality of it, the technical proficiency. And those are the kind of people who will end up like buying lots of photorealistic works. They're the kind of people who get tattoos of photorealistic works on them. And, all power to them, because, it's impressive. It's physically and technically impressive to be able to create something that looks real. But conceptually, it can be very boring, especially if the thing you're representing has nothing to it other than the fact that it is a thing. I like mushrooms. Mushrooms are interesting to me apart from their physicality. So that's why I draw them, and that's why other people like them. This one in particular, this particular mushroom, has a whole story and a thing behind it as to why it's interesting. Without that story, this would just be a picture of a mushroom, and that's much less more interesting. So that's essentially the argument for minimalism and abstraction. Story makes technically proficient artwork interesting. And that is your Art Analysis 101. Or actually, probably 202, 203. Because you wouldn't start with that. What you would start with is pure definitional analysis. At the true 101, at the true beginning, color. Which colors are visible? Can you see any colors in the artwork? Then you get the elements and principles of design, which are basically your building blocks of artworks, visual mechanisms by which the structure of your artwork is made. What is the color of it? What is the size of it? What is the shape, the form? Is there any particular areas of repetition or high contrast? Is there a perspective? Are the objects placed in a way so that they create the illusion of a three-dimensional space? Is there texture to the piece? Is there the use of different lines and different techniques of placing lines down, because lines are important, or shapes, different ways of putting shapes down to create a texture or a pattern. Then you have the idea of like harmony and unity, repetition of different elements, shape, form, color, tone, texture, unity, harmony, repetition, contrast. I could do this off the top of my head back in the day when I was teaching more. Not that I care to. It's not the fun bit of teaching art. I'll be honest. The very low level stuff doesn't really engage me. It's not that it's bad, but just like I get past it very easily, and the more you have to do it, especially because if you're teaching the same content year in, year out, usually to multiple groups of kids, most of whom do not give a shit. That's what teaching is. And art in particular, especially in all of the countries that I have taught, because I've taught in multiple countries, is not at all recognized as being something that you need to care about or should care about. So you'll have a lot of parents, you'll have a lot of students who are like, well, yeah, why do I care? It's art. And like, if you're never going to engage with art, it's just a quiet soundtrack, that's fine. If you're never going to engage with art in the rest of your life, fair, fine. Most people, that's not the case. Especially because there are lots of things that you probably wouldn't consider art that are actually art. A lot of them kind of fall more into like design or you know, theatre or cinema or film or dance or music, but they follow principles and elements of art. And if you know how to talk about art, and you know how to analyze art, and you know how to explore art as a concept, you will be significantly more adept at talking about art, engaging with and appreciating art, and that makes you a more interesting person. It also means that you can do your job better. So a good example, if you're part of, you know, any kind of company, and the company asks you to put together a project as a way of, you know, presenting something to a client or presenting something to your audience, you need to have a basic understanding of how art works, because that's the most engaging way you're going to reach your audience, is via the principles and design work of art and of its application in design, in media. If you don't understand those two things, then you are never going to reach an audience, and that audience is either going to be like your own employees, your clients, or your or like the audience, the people who buy your products. I've forgotten the word. Anyway, the people who buy your products. Yeah, I don't need the specific wording. Fuck it. But yeah, so all that's important. Used to regularly have to argue with students and parents as to why doing art was important. Also having to explain to one disgruntled parent in particular why dance was important. And not being a dance teacher, that's significantly harder to do, but it is still something that I managed to pull off, at least I think. They still swore a bunch, and then tried to make a complaint about me. But I got my point across. I was not cut out for teaching. I'm still not cut out for teaching, but I'm not teaching anymore. So, fucking happy days. I'm on a hiatus currently. It's probably going to be about 6 months at least, so by next year. I will then decide and know if I'm ever going to be teaching again. And the answer, I very, very hope, is going to be no. And I very hope for my own sake, but for everybody else's sake, basically. I'm a good teacher. No, I am. But I do not enjoy it really all that much, if at all. There are very, very small parts of teaching that I actually enjoy. And that's the process of teaching itself and the content I was teaching. I did not enjoy teaching children. I did not enjoy any of the admin. I did not enjoy any of the classroom management or the behavior management or socializing and dealing with kids. None of that made sense to me. I did not enjoy any of it. I could do it. I didn't like it. And these days, the way all of that works. So we've tied the hands of teachers in a lot of these things. We've made it significantly harder to do all of those things. And because of the internet and the way all that works, kids act way differently to what they used to. Maybe not way differently, but on average, a child is more likely to be the kind of wildly out of control that you would expect from like one student in a school. And I will have a classroom almost full of those kids. There are definitely good kids, there are definitely good students, there's definitely people who are like just trying to learn, and like care about school or care about the subject they're learning and stuff like that. But there's also a lot of them who do not have the attention span, do not give a shit, and it doesn't really matter how you go about teaching the content, because that's one of the big things that I always used to end up hearing. Hey, Pastor Check, thank you very much. Ooh, how you doing, Cog? Yeah, one of the things I used to hear all the time was, like it comes up in, seminars for teaching and that kind of stuff. Is like, the way you teach it, how you go about reaching people is making it interesting for each student, blah, blah. It's like, well, there's 30 kids in my class. I can't teach the same content 30 different ways. So that's already one issue. I can make the content a little bit more interesting, but I also have like a core set of things I need to teach, like some concepts I need to get across regardless. So we're still going to have to do the boring shit at some point. And the more I do the fun, interesting, engaging stuff, the less they're actually getting to engage with the thing they actually need to know and practice and do. And then, beyond that, there's lots of like, you don't really get a say in how you and what you teach, when you teach, and how you go about teaching it, unless you're the head of a department, or at a particularly lax school. There's some like quite specific, stringent things you have to do and how you have to teach them, and all of that is backed up by like your accreditation at the school. Like the school itself can be shut down if it's not done, if you're not teaching properly, or if you're doing things the wrong way. And that can be on specific teachers for not doing things. So it's like all of these things will really hamstrung students. But also then, like some of them just don't give a shit. Like they just don't want to be there. And so that's more and more students these days. And you then have all of the behavior problems that come along with kids not wanting to be there. And that can get, especially these days, because things are much worse, and also they have an understanding of like their rights in things, most of which is just bullshit they've heard on the internet. And then the other side of it, which is their actual rights, and that's reasonable, but it does mean that like teachers then have no support or repercussion from when they get physically or sexually assaulted, or like when shit gets broken, and like our hands are tied, so we can't stop it. We can intervene in some capacity, but like there's only so much we can do. And then afterwards, because the kids see that like, oh well, nothing really happened, I can do it again. And then as soon as one kid is like, oh, that kid got away with it, then I can do it. Or if they're the victim of it, they're like, oh well, no one's helping me, so I am going to do it too, or I'm going to now, respond in kind, blah blah blah. Red button. No, this is not a red button topic yet. We're not there yet. But yeah, random doodle, mushroom doodle, we can do that. But yeah, basically that's why I got out of teaching, because all of that. Where's my video gone? What? Where did... What? What? Okay. That's broken. I'm gonna have to... If that was broken, I'm gonna have to fix that. That's really annoying. I shuffled some things around between my drive states. I've got two storage drivers on this computer. And I was moving some things from one to the other, and I think it's just completely wiped anything that was from one, moved it to the other, and so Streamlabs can't find the content, so it's just deleted it outright, which is frustrating. I'm going to have to keep an eye out for that, for other things that might have gone missing. Anyway, random doodle. Yeah, I'm pretty much finished these, so we'll move on to the next artworks, and we'll start by doing the random doodly things. But yeah, so yeah, there's kind of red button-y topic in the like physical sexual assault thing, but like the point. Can you see? I just explained. Wait, no, it wasn't there. I tried to do it and it wasn't there. Give me a sec. Oh, it's unsubscribed. Look, I'm working on it. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. You're a noggin. Media file. No, it was funny. I'll allow it. Okay, is that it? Red button. Yeah, okay, so it's lost so it's not on this one, it's on this one, and it's in videos, and it is that one. There we go. Done. Yeah, so like I said, I moved some stuff because I just reinstalled a game on my computer, and so the thing was like, oh, if you want to update this game, you need X number of gigabytes of, and I was like, I don't need that many gigabytes, but apparently it did. Hey, mushrooms. And so I was like, oh fuck, I need to like clear up a whole bunch of space. And then I was like, I have a whole bunch of like videos, I have a whole bunch of assets, like visual assets, and I have a whole bunch of artworks that are taking up so much space on my hard drive, my main hard drive. And so I was like, fuck it, I'll just put it onto my secondary hard drive, which is way, 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 way bigger, like terabytes bigger. So I put it onto that, and then Streamlabs just hasn't updated the directory file yet, so I'm gonna have to go through and have a look at all things. I'm pretty sure I'm missing like my tiny mushrooms as well. If I go here... Oh no, they're there. Weird. Mushies. Why do I not have my mushies?
Gotta relax.
Mush.
This is Earth
Copy.
Radio. And now,
Did I just never put these on? Paste. Yeah. Mushies. Let's put this one here. Actually, let's put this one here. A framing. Mushy boys. Make that one just a little bit smaller, I think. Where are you? Yeah. There we go. And we actually want all of these to be behind. Everything else just in front of the overlay. Cool. It's done. Oh. Is that a kitty? Have you got a kitty? Grumpy cat. Oh, that's your own thing. That's cool. I like it. All right. Like I said, we're making mushroom designs. So we have to do a little doodle of a mushy, which is great because this is actually going to be one of the designs that I wanted to do. So we're going to do some ignorant art style mushies. And basically what that just means is, like, not drawn very well. Which is the worst way to talk about this style of art. But it's kind of accurate. Ignorant or outsider art is essentially just like art by people who are either self-taught, or it's by artists who like are going for an aesthetic of like not trying too hard. Hey, there is my Instagram, ladies and gentlemen. It's Freya when she's had the, and then there's nothing there. Abscess? Fair enough. So those are our little. Oh god, there we go. Those are our little mushy boys, little mushy doodles. I'm gonna do a bunch of them through here. But yeah, like I was saying, we're continuing our learning with New World Artist. Yeah, outsider art or ignorant art is artworks that are made by or inspired by the kind of artworks made by people who are not classically trained, who are not academically trained as artists. So there's academic training or formal training, and then there's self-taught, which is a form of kind of academic training, at least these days, and then there is outsider art as a separate category altogether. So you can have someone who is trained academically, someone who is trained at an institution or trained under a mentor, and then you can have self-taught artists, and self-taught artists are usually trained in an academic style, in an academic way, but they learn by themselves. And then there's a third category, the other category, which is outsider art or ignorant art. I prefer outsider art, but ignorant art is, for this particular style, is what it's called. And outsider art is people who, via no interaction with the art-making institution or the art-making formalized process, have created a form of art purely by doing. So they will pick up a material, and just by playing with that material, just like making scribbles on a page, eventually they get to the point where they create something that is artistically competent and conceptually interesting. So they have made a what would be considered a good artwork. These kind of stuff like ends in weird categories, especially these days with the amount of saturation of understanding of art and how art is made and that process. It's really difficult to find true outsider art anymore. But there are a lot of like semi-outsiders, self-taught artists who didn't go through any formalized process or didn't follow any formalized process in their self-taught learning, and so they end up in this kind of outsider position. And so they make interesting art, and it's very different. It tends to be very wildly different from how academic artists tend to see the world and the art making process. And so they come up with all these interesting techniques and styles and subject matters that just are not used or thought about in some of it for good reason, but otherwise some of it's just like, well, we've never done it that way, so it doesn't get done that way, and then an outsider comes in and does it, and people are like, oh wow, that's actually really cool. And then what often ends up happening is it gets adopted by the institution, and then it becomes reintegrated as institutional art again. So then it becomes an academic art focus, which is really funny and ironic, or kind of depressing. I don't know, whichever way you want to look at it. That like outsider art is only outsider art as long as like the hipsters hadn't picked it up yet. Because then people start doing it ironically, or they start doing it because it's engaging or it's popular, it becomes mainstream, and then as soon as it's mainstream, then it's academic because people start learning how to do it, and they start learning how to do it through an academic process, which is they have a look at how someone else has done something and then they try to replicate it, which is basically what academia is. Academia is the formalized process of handing down knowledge, basically what you have done previously. This is my funky little electric eraser. For those who don't know what this is and wonder why I'm playing with a little vibrator on camera, this is an electric eraser. So basically, what it does is this tip spins, and then the eraser, this little piece of erase rubber, is pushed into the pen, like clicked in, and then and then it's just a battery that spins it. So it's essentially just a spinny machine. But you can do some like really fine erasing without having to like rub the whole page and make a whole bunch of mess. And yeah, I much prefer it. It's good. Mine came with like a fuck ton of extra erasey doos. Like, check that out. It's awesome. Which I'm super happy about, because if it didn't, I would be kind of annoyed. It doesn't go through them super quickly. I have had this for like... I don't do a lot of pencil drawings, so that might be why. So I'm not using this excessively, but I haven't gone through the first one even like halfway, and I would have been using it for almost half a year now, so not bad if you want to get it. I think I got mine from Montmartre. One of those discount art brands. But they're good. Worth it. Cheap. Anyway, yeah, so we're making these mushrooms. Basically, I'm going for like a repeating pattern of mushrooms here. So we're doing our little mushroom doodles. I have a spicy... I'm not sure why I'm going to show this on camera, but I'm gonna. I have this... this is the red button. This is where you would try and red button me. I also have, before I show that off, where's the fucking lid gone? Fuck! I've gone and fucked it up. No. That's not there. There. No, that's not it. Where is it? Where's the fucking lid gone? Losing my mind, everybody. I know. Such a nog. Oh, here it is. It's right in front of me. Oh. It jumped all the way down. So, sneaky peeks, ladies and gentlemen. Sneaky peeks. This is going to be how my new card decks come out. This is not exactly the thing. This is a very rough prototype. But basically, you're going to have a lovely mushroom design at the front. We're going to have the name of the deck at the top there. We're going to have the New World Art. And then on the back is going to be a whole bunch of information. We're going to have a little barcode down the bottom here and some pictures, and then some information. Those are the cards right up there that have all been done, which is very, very fun and nice. And then you're going to end up with a nice little booklet in here, which has got the cards and then information about what each of the cards mean. You're not going to be able to see it, but basically it's like the cards up the top there, and then it's a brief description of like what it means and why you pulled it, basically, or how you would read it. And then you have this lovely deck of cards. They're all vacuum sealed. She wants the little mushies tattooed near her armpit. Yeah, we can do that. That is very doable. Exactly like these. Exactly these ones. Okay, we can do that. And then when they turn up, ladies and gentlemen, they are like this. These lovely new art ooh, spicy. These lovely new art cards. These divination cards. Ooh, mushroom. More mushies. Oh, that's the wrong way around. There we go. So we have these lovely art cards that you'll be able to buy soon. More mushies. Cog might recognize this one. Oh, no, this way around. There we go. Might recognize what that one is. So a whole bunch of stuffs. Tiger, some more of the mushy friends. Bees, always bees. And then on the back, this awesome bee design. Candle in a book, classic, yeah. So these are my awesome cards. They will be for sale very, very soon. I'm just figuring out this box. As soon as I've got this box designed and mass produced, I have a crate over here of 40 decks of these cards. 20 of the Ether and 20 of the Earth deck. And they will be for sale. They're gonna be a little more expensive than my cards have been previously, just because a lot has gone into making these. And the production value is significantly higher. 46, I counted them myself. Oh, that's a shot. Actually, there is 54 cards in each deck. 54 cards. Now, this might be something that you might want to get tattooed on you. Skull. So it's a little story about a lovely, lovely little mushroom with his 2 mushroom friends, and then they're squeezing him very, very tight, and then, oh, they had too much fun. I haven't posted this anywhere, because I kind of feel like I shouldn't. But I was just drawing one day. I made this one because I was like, oh, it's cute mushies. I'll go in so you can see a little better. It's these cute little mushies, and I was like, oh yeah. And then like it just went bad. Like it just. Anyway. Yeah, I feel like I need to post that somewhere, but I don't know where would be good for it. Probably Tumblr, let's be honest. That's kind of Tumblr's thing. And I guess it's Pride Month, so like maybe it fits. I'm trying to wait until I'm like a little further away from teaching as a concept before I start posting too much like really spicy art. Just because I'm always like, oh, the kids are gonna find out, and then like, oh, don't want to walk into the classroom when that is a thing that exists in the world. Like, it's for that exact reason that I haven't made like particularly spicy porny art. Because I would, and it would be popular, and it would make a lot of money. But like, if any of the kids were ever to find it, I'd never hear the fucking end of it. But I'm not a teacher now, so potentially, and the longer I'm not a teacher, the less students I will have the opportunity to have interacted with, because people move away from the area, or like I will no longer have been a teacher whilst they have been going through their schooling. I've taught at a bunch of different schools, so the chances of me bumping into students is higher and higher based on like where I am, which is frustrating and annoying. I can go to like other fucking states or countries, and there will be a student just fucking there, someone I've taught in the past. It doesn't help that I've taught in multiple countries, but the point remains. So I sort of have to be a little careful about these kinds of things. Unfortunately, I don't really want to, but that is a thing. All right, let's draw a few more of these. The idea is to fill up like that area with mushies. So we'll do that. So Cog, you're there with Leilani? How are you both? Hope you are all well. Have a hydrate. If you haven't. It's very important. Stay hydrated. We were talking about different art styles. We were talking about the perils of teaching. All these sorts of things. You're great! That's awesome. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I was doing an art genres 101, art courses 101. And then actually realized that it was actually art analysis 2.3 or something, because we were actually getting into the weeds of some almost university level conversations. But yeah, house renos, cool. Is this still carpentry? Is this still working on the floors, or have we progressed further afield? You're not doing the fucking tiling, are you? You're not pulled a me. Yeah, floorboards. Okay. So where are you up to with the floorboards? Are you sanding, treating? What are you doing? Are you wearing the correct PPE, sir? Do I have to contact WHS? Doing great. Cool. Glad to hear it. Don't believe you, but glad to hear it. I'm sure you're doing a good job. I am not sure that you're enjoying it as much as you are, but absolutely not. Hey now, you need to be wearing the proper PPE, sir. You need to look after yourself. Lizzie Bell's threatening to yell at you. No PPE. Leilani is stubborn. And Ozzy Brokey. No! Listen here, the pair of you. Fucking wear your PPE. This is how you end up with fucking emphysema and cancer. I would know, as someone who has not worn the proper PPE while working with very, very bad chemicals in the past. Learn from my mistakes, damn it. Yeah, I'm fucking one to talk. My entire university sculpture department was just like fumigated on a daily basis by chemicals that really should not have been left to be airborne. But that being said, it's still very important to look after yourself. Okay, so that's the. I'm kind of thinking maybe a couple more here, just to balance. We've got these like large ones, and then it's kind of framed around. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I'm trying not to overthink this one, just because the point of this is a little bit like someone who hasn't gone to the effort of learning how to do stuff like this properly, but I guess it's the whole argument around abstraction and minimalism again, that the point of it is that you learn how to do all the things properly so that you learn how to break the rules afterwards. That was one of the big things that people complain about all the time with modern artists or postmodern artists. They're like, oh, blah blah blah. This artist has no skills. They're shit at the artwork. Blah 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 blah. Based on one artwork they've made, people will look at one artwork they've made and be like, this is the worst artwork, and this person is a shit artist. And then the rest of their portfolio of artworks is like hyper-realism illustration or painting or sculpture, and the person is like significantly more accomplished and proficient, technically proficient as an artist than like most other artists. But because they made one conceptual piece that was visually or technically weak and made to be on purpose, people will then be like, oh, it's shit, blah blah blah. A good example of this is, oh fuck, what's the name of it? I'm gonna Google it. Comedian. All right. Where is my... it's a work by Catalan. Where's my webpage? There it is. Here is the artwork. People have probably seen it before. People who know about it. It's literally a banana duct taped to a wall. The artist duct taped a banana to the wall, and then was like, "Here is the artwork," and everybody like lost their minds and was like, "This is the worst thing ever," and people are awful, and art is awful, etc., etc. The story behind this artwork is actually kind of interesting, and it's about the art institution itself. It's about the gallery. It was making a joke of the gallery in particular that it was put into, and that's why the work is called Comedian. It was literally the artist making a joke about how shit the gallery was, and how shit the process of academic art can be. But people saw it and were like, oh, how pretentious, this artist just put a banana on a wall and anybody could have done that, so this artist clearly is shit and doesn't have any artistic skill. I will now show you some of Catalan's other artworks. All of these people here, these are sculptures. These are photo-realistic, hyper-realistic sculptures. They're all handmade. They all look like actual fucking people. Like these aren't taxidermied. I really like this one, America. Just a golden toilet. But yeah, like the whole point of this is like these are all handmade things. They're not just a half-assing of something else. So clearly he has huge technical skill to be able to pull that off, and yet people look at the one artwork that he made that was really shitty and then said, well, all of his art must be shit. Anyway, rant paused, because it's definitely not over. Oh, I'm out of drink. That's right. We'll have some more in a second. All right, we're gonna start going in here. One of the big things I have found with the ignorant art style is there is an importance in whilst not necessarily making it look good, there's an emphasis on smooth lines, on clean execution, crisp execution. Traditional art in tattooing is very similar. The work is not super refined technically or conceptually, but it is quite clean and crisp, and all the lines are deliberate, which is very important. it's what differentiates someone who is bad, like objectively bad at doing the artwork, the style, versus someone who is technically proficient in that style, even if you don't think it's particularly complex or developed. That's why, like, there are good or masters of like American traditional or British traditional or European traditional art in tattooing sense, versus like photorealism. It's very easy to see a really, really good photorealistic artist and then a really, really bad photorealistic artist, because the really bad one, it doesn't look like anything. It doesn't look like the thing it's supposed to look like. Whereas in traditional art and outsider art in particular, the difference between someone who is very, very, very good at it and someone who is very, very poor at it is not as noticeable. It's not as obvious straight away. But to someone who is proficient or who has learnt a lot about it, you can pick up on the signs to kind of... There are hints. There are hints here and there. And most of that comes with practice. Like, I'm not particularly good at, well, ignorant art, but also American traditional as a style, or any really traditional tattooing style. Any of the old school styles, I'm not amazing at. And that's mainly just practice, because it's not my style of art. I've never worked in that fashion. And I also don't have the steady hand specifically that is prized in that style of tattooing, that style of art making. Just because it's not something that I've ever needed to practice or be particularly proficient in. So I will have to work on that and learn. But yeah, that's a thing that really sets it apart from other styles and genres that are in the same thing. Ironically, the kind of American traditional thing, a lot of early tattooing, and those styles of art that go along with it, are actually very outsider art. They are now heavily institutional. They, like, a lot of apprenticeship follow just like making that kind of traditional art flash over and over and over again, and so it's become a staple of the kind of the institution or the academia of it. So everybody does it now, and that means that it's no longer outsider, because it's the basis essentially. But at the time, it was outsider art. It was made by people who weren't really artists, or who were artists kind of part-time or hobbyists. And so the art is refined technically, but not conceptually. It's not very it's not technically complex, and it's not very technically realistic, I guess is probably the way to say it. Technically developed, I guess, but it is very refined. So they don't do a lot, but they do what they do really, really well. And you have to work at that, unfortunately, especially for me, because it's something that I've not been working on in the past. I'm kind of behind just a little bit. I'm ahead in a lot of other areas, but I'm a little behind in the like traditional art sense for tattooing. So we're trying to catch up on that. We're doing things here and there, and doing stuff like this is a good example of that. Because I can pull off the realism stuff, that's easy. I can pull off not easy, but it's not too difficult for me. I can pull off the illustrative, the cartoony, all that kind of stuff pretty easily, that's fine. Any of the kind of like geometric I kind of struggle with, mandalas and things like that, because it's not really my vibe, my kind of thing that I've worked on. I'm not good at like really, really heavy repetition, just because I get bored easy more than anything else. That's the only reason why I didn't do it in the past. I was not someone who did repeating patterns. I did new things over and over and over again. So that's why I'm quite good at executing a whole complete artwork, new artwork each time. My artworks don't tend to be too samey. I tend to have a wide range of styles, genres, subject matters, mostly because I did things that were novel and interesting. That's what I liked doing, rather than repeating the same thing over and over again and getting really good at doing the one thing. There are people who will say that's the wrong way to do it, and there's other people who will say, that's the way you should do it. There is no one way to make art, and there's no one way to learn, especially if you're trying to learn different styles and techniques and things. So, I don't think it's a failing the way I've done it, but I do recognize that there are some things that I need to catch up on, or I need to backfill the skills in, of which that kind of simple, or simplified is probably a better way of saying it, illustration in American traditional, or traditional in general. This song has very human music vibes. Boop, boop, boop. That's a shot, by the way. Oh. I can definitely see this being a tattoo. It's definitely not finished, so there's more that's going to be added to it. But even just as it is right now, I can see quite a few people wanting exactly this as a tattoo, and fair enough. That is reasonable. All right, 10:30. We've been going for an hour and 40 minutes. Cool. We have time for finishing this one off and probably doing maybe one or two more. So we'll keep working for a bit. If there's anything anybody in particular in the chat wants to chat about, or anything that you want to hear me have a rant about, go ahead. If there's anything you would like me to teach you about art practice, art theory, teaching, the art of teaching is a thing. That kind of stuff. Otherwise I can just turn the music up and we can vibe for a bit. Once I finish this artwork, we're gonna take a very, very, very quick break while I grab another drink. I'll probably be sure to give my lovely Lizzie Bell a little bit of a cuddle and a smooch, because she's going off to work very shortly. In like an hour, but shortly enough. She's there in the background, chatting away, being awesome. Alright. I think that's more or less what I wanted to do with it. Now I'm going to use my big eraser here. Mainly because... I'm going to use the other side. Mainly just because there's a larger area to cover. And it doesn't make sense to use my little electric vibraty one. As fun as it is. It makes a little bit more sense to to just clear the whole page, basically. We're just getting rid of the pencil marks. And now I think I want to color these. I think that's the way we're gonna do this. So we're gonna try and stick to simple colors, simple blocks of color, and then maybe some gradients. So we want... Actually, before that... So we've just been using our 3... There we go. Our 3.3 line marker. These are the Staedtler pigment liners. I quite like these. I also have these Artline drawing markers, and I've used the microns as well. And these are all really good. I like both these Staedtler ones and these Artline ones. I don't think there's a lot of difference between the two. I believe, I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to test this at some point. These art liners are actually water soluble. They're water based, and it says they're water resistant, but I think they, like if you put watercolor over the page and brushed it, I think that these ones would actually bleed a little, so you could use them like a blending ink. And I think these ones are supposed to be indelible, though I don't know if they actually are. The Staedtler ones, which, you know, if you wanted to pick either of those up, they're not the cheapest, but they're not prohibitively expensive, so they're good. And then I also do have these ones, all the way down here. These are the Faber-Castells, and I'm almost certain these ones are water based, and they run. It doesn't say, but yeah, these are India ink pens. They come in like a whole bunch of different things. I got these as a Christmas present, and they're awesome. But they do bleed. So you have to be careful about them with water and watercolors and things like that. I picked up some other inks. I haven't played with them yet, so can't say anything about those. All right, we're just gonna put. I'm using the 0.1. This is the smallest. This is the smallest little ink pen I have access to. Just gonna put some little dotties on here. As we are drawing Anemida muscaria, the magic mushroom. So we've got to make it look like a magic mushroom. They're not just red caps; they are a particular type of red-capped mushroom. And we want to represent that as best as possible. So we did a good job of finishing our realism. We did a good job of finishing our black and grey with our little bit of shading on it. So now we've got our ignorant art done, our outsider art one, which is nice. What is this song? It is all over the place. Let's just skip to the next one. There we go. Whew. Bit tired. We're going to be down in Sydney, going to a Club Halifax concert this weekend. So if you're available and in the area, they are playing at the Bank Hotel, the well-known lesbian hotel. So yeah, if you're in Sydney, if you're in Newtown, you want to catch an awesome band. It's their new single release. So this will be their second single out, which is very exciting. Yeah, go and give it a check out. If not, Club Halifax on Spotify, on the various different music places, on the YouTubes. Yeah, go and give them a listen. They're pretty fracking awesome. Good vibes. They're a very vibey kind of band. They're good. They're also awesome live. They put on a really good show. Everyone always digs it. They came up to our area not too long ago, which was nice, because we're quite far away from Sydney and everything. I was just about to do something. What was I about to do? Oh, that's right. Charity. There is a charity going at the moment. Annie, our good friend Annie, is having quite a lot of issues. So it would be awesome if you could support them. If you don't have any money to spare to send to them, I totally understand. Money's tight for everybody at the moment. But she is super struggling with a lot of physical issues, none of which are her fault, and she literally just can't afford the medication and the hospital bills and the rent and all that kind of stuff. Government support is super slow and super lacking, and she was not eligible for ages despite multiple diagnoses on top of each other. Diagnoses, whichever one. Whichever one is correct. Yeah, so the government's just been super slow in helping out and very not enough support in that capacity, just financially. So she is struggle at the moment, struggle street. And anything that you could help would be awesome. If you can't provide monetarily, and that's totally reasonable and totally fine, do not feel you have to. Most of us can't because we don't have the money either. But if you can't, sharing that link around would be super helpful, so that people who do have a little bit of extra can throw it that way. Because yeah, any little bit helps at the moment. She literally needs anything. So. But yeah, that's a thing that's happening. Now we've finished the outline of this. I'm gonna open to the other page because I think the other page is a little bit more interesting. I'm gonna quickly go and grab a drink, and then I'll be back to finish off that and work on the next artwork. So here, listen to the lovely tones of "Glazed" by Dylan Sitz, apparently. Alright, I'm back, ladies and gentlefish. Ugh. Yeah, alright. So, we're going to go back to... nope, other way. There we go. Alright, back to our outsider art. So we're going to... I think we're going to go with a combination of this red and this kind of off... just off orange. Pale vermilion, which is this lovely orange here, and this Scarlet Lake red. So I'm going to try and do a semi-gradient, a short gradient between the two. And then we'll do a kind of off-whitey brown for the neck, for the frills? Neck? I forget what the term is. Collar?
Gills.
No, it's not the gills. Because the gills are underneath. And then on the stem itself, there is the neck, and then the collar, and then the... something. There, on the mushroom. There you go. So...
the fluffy bit?
The fluffy bit around the neck, which is the... something. And then there's the collar, which is like the middle bit, around the middle of the stem. And then there's a thing around the base as well. They all have terms. Don't know what they are.
Such a prolific mushroom drawer.
I know. I should fucking know mushrooms. I should by now, but I just don't, because...
We know a mushroom expert.
We do know a mushroom expert. We should have a mushroom expert come into the stream.
Yes.
And just explain to us.
We should have a mushroom expert come into the stream. Extra excuse to hang out with her.
It is. I do want to get the friends up here. I don't want to get all the friends up here. Where all my friends should come and visit me, damn it. Come on. Make an effort.
Agreed.
But yeah, no, I actually should learn mushrooms because I like them and I draw them so often. It would make sense to actually know a bit more about their biology and how they work and the terminology for the various things, because it would probably actually help me draw better if I knew what it was I was drawing and why it was there as a thing. I think I suspect a little bit. So the idea that like the red of the cap is actually on the top, and then also a little bit on the bottom as well, along the ring of the head of the mushroom, the cap, and then there's kind of this like almost orange band around the middle. It's different for each mushroom. It looks like a little bit, but a lot of the orangeness is that seeing the color pigmentation isn't consistent across the whole cap. So there's that, and then seeing through the gills, the light permeating through the gills in the cap itself. So there's darkness where there's nothing, and then there's light coming through to the cap, and that's what making this kind of orange-y look. This lighter section. So I don't know if we're going to be able to replicate it in this tiny mushrooms, but we'll see what we can throw together here. The point of the outsider art is to not worry about it as much as I'm worrying about it now. So I'm gonna draw, and we'll see how it turns out. We'll see what happens. We'll see how it progresses as an idea. For those of you who have been keeping up with my life a little bit more closely, the psych has been going well. My mental health journey has been going quite well. run into some difficulty at the start. Nothing too major, just the same thing happens with a lot of mental health things, especially for someone who's been going on it their own for quite a while. Is you're using a lot of the coping strategies that they're talking about already, even if you're not using them in the right way necessarily, but it ends up sounding like, oh well, I've heard all this before, kind of thing, and then you end up being either praised or kind of brushed off because you're already doing the thing, and so they can't help. But we discussed it. We worked on refining the techniques that I was already kind of using and knew, that I had researched myself from a very young age, and then worked on like the next kind of formalized steps of the process, which is the thing that I hadn't been doing in my life, and was the kind of stuff that was required to actually make a difference rather than just kind of delay the inevitable. So we're doing much better now. Things are progressing nicely. We're definitely not done, but we're working on it, and we're going to be able to start pumping the brakes a little, and working on cutting back to every other month rather than every 2 weeks, which is where we've been at thus far.
What are we doing every 2 weeks?
Psych.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. So it's going well. We're happy days. And yeah, we've been at every fortnight for a little while now, and we're going to be moving to a monthly, and then from a monthly to bi-monthly, so every second month, and then after that it'll be like check-ins, just basically whenever we need to come in and reevaluate where we're at. But it's going well. It's fucking expensive though. I am so annoyed that they got rid of the free sessions. So it used to be, even not that long ago, you got like X number of free sessions, and then you got some discounted sessions, and then after that you had to pay for it fully yourself. And it was like that for ages. And then just recently, I don't know exactly when, but in the past few years, they changed it to be, it's now just subsidized. So you get, depending on what it's for, what the treatment is specifically for, and then also what your doctor kind of suggests and what the mental health professional suggests, you get like 10... somewhere between 6 and 10 discounted sessions. So they will charge you however much it happens to be. Mine is like $200 plus for each session, and then their discount is like half of that, like $100 or something. So it ends up being $100, which is still very expensive, but it's more doable. But back in the day, it would have been fucking free. And it being free means it's significantly more, at least for the beginning sessions, it's significantly more accessible to more people, so more people then engage with it, which is good, because lots of people need therapy. And then also the other thing that it did was, it allowed you to kind of shop around a little bit more, because you could do 1 or 2 sessions with a therapist, and if it really didn't work out, you weren't out of pocket. Like, there was no sunk cost fallacy thing, because while you had used up 2 of your sessions, you weren't any worse off for having done it, and so you could easily just go, hey, this didn't work out. I'm going to get another referral to a different practice and go somewhere else. Or you could just yourself go to the next person and be like, hey, I need mental health treatment, blah, 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 blah. Why is this talking at me? Ugh. I've just selected similar songs on Epidemic Sounds, and it doesn't. So if you search for a specific song or a specific type of song, it allows you to search with explicit, like, no vocals or whatever, or none of this type of song or this type of length or whatever, or not from this category. But if you're just doing similar songs, you're just like, oh, I like this song, I'll do any song that's similar to that. It literally just goes, all of these songs are similar, and it doesn't then let you refine your categorization any further than that. So I end up with vocals, and I for my art stream at least, because I'm doing talking and also just listening. I don't want to hear someone else talking. We're here to listen to my voice talking. I'm trying to be narcissistic here. Come on, guys. Get with the program. But yeah, so it was a little better in terms of, like, you didn't lose out on anything, so you were more likely to see someone, and then you were more likely to be able to jump between practitioners or practices as a whole once you kind of got a feel and if you figured they weren't for you. So like a good example would be I have dealt with a professional, I don't know if they were a therapist or a counselor in the past, but they were basically trying to blame a lot of what I was feeling and experiencing on the fact that I was male and a young boy at the time, and that did not mesh with my reality, or even the reality I have now, and I think it's kind of actually a quite unprofessional thing to do and say. And so I was like, well, this person doesn't work. And if I'd had to pay to find that out, it would be very frustrating and disappointing, and I would be less likely to continue with the practice, I think. However, given that I didn't have to pay at the time, it was something that, like, was just kind of given to me as a sort of free thing. I was more kind of like, well, that didn't work, that was shit, but, like, at least I'm no worse off for it. I can just move on to the next person and hope that they will be better suited to me and to what I'm trying to do. So it's a little disappointing that that's no longer a thing. But, yeah. You know. Fucking governments and their bullshit.
Agreed.
This is looking pretty good. I'm liking this kind of, like, two-tone middle gradient thing. Duo gradient? I can't remember what the term is for this central gradient. There is a term that basically means it, but I never remember these things. My brain doesn't work like that, unfortunately. But there does exist a word that basically means a gradient with one color in the middle and then the other color banding either left and right or top and bottom, or diagonally if it's diagonally. I just never remember what it is. It is a duochrome at the moment. It is two colors. We've made some good duochrome artworks in the past. There is a Mona Lisa in duochrome on the Instagram if you want to go and check that out. I had a blue pen and a red pen, and that's all I had with me at the time, and so I did a Mona Lisa in blue and red. Did I forget to orange this one? I did. So go and check that out if you like. There are also some awesome tattooy type things on there at the moment. I put some new tattoo stuff up on the tattoo flash, so designs, and then also me doing some tattoo practice on large scale fake skin. So you should go and check those out if you have the chance and you're interested. Because yeah, I like them. I think they're good. Leilani wants me to do this for her when I get my license. Sold. Done.
That exact thing that's on your screen.
Now.
Cool.
Do you want it right now with just the red and orange caps? Or would you like it once I put in the whites and the yellows and the browns and all the little extra tiddly bits? Tiddlywinks. I'm sure you'll let me know. I am planning, the plan is, once I have finished drawing all these out, because I'm doing multiple designs, once I finish drawing all these out, I am then going to attempt to tattoo them on fake skin, and we'll see how they turn out on as an actual tattoo. Should be good. We'll see how we go. I will be using the inks from my crappy tattoo set, only because that's got a wider range of colors. That's the thing. But they're significantly lower quality inks, which means it might not turn out as well. We'll see how we go. At very least, the blacks should be good, because I've got decent black. I also have a red and a green, but I don't quite want to crack that out just yet. I might crack out the white. I can always buy more tattoo ink, and I'm going to. But I'm trying to delay buying too much because it goes off over time. So if I don't use it, and I'm not using it on like actual skin, then I kind of feel like it's going to waste just a little bit to buy the good high-end stuff, which is what I have invested in so far. I bought this nice solid ink, which is good. I have been tattooing my leg. Could show that off on the channel, I guess. Don't see why I wouldn't. Other than just it's awkward to get it up onto the camera. So I might do that later. Another time. But yeah, I've been tattooing myself. I've been practicing. Been making sure to practice my hygiene, my cross contamination prevention. And I have also been trying to get my my eye and my arm in. Because the machine, the tool I'm using, is a little different in the way it functions than like a pen or a pencil would. So I need to get used to it before I can start really applying it to other things. Here, let's try using our So, this is what this is for. These tiny little dots are supposed to be white, pure white. And I'm not super careful when I'm coloring. So I go over the lines every now and then. Something I've got to learn not to do while I'm tattooing. but this awesome tool means I can erase at a pinpoint. Because it's slightly tapered, mainly just from use, but like that's what that's for. And then we end up with the nice white dots, which is what we're going for. So we'll continue on coloring in. Yeah, one of my biggest issues with artworks, art making in general, is I am incredibly impatient when it comes to doing something that is repetitious, something that takes a long time or requires the same action over and over again. Coloring in is an example of this. You have to be really careful to like draw color in the lines and you know make the color consistent and all that kind of stuff. I get bored of doing that, and so I try and rush ahead because I'm like, I just want this whole area to be filled with color. So I try and really quickly fill it all with color, and that often doesn't work because it's supposed to be this kind of like slow gradient process of building up the color and the shading and the tone and the blah 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 blah. And so that's where the downfall of quite a lot of my artworks tends to be. I've been practicing with the realism to like go slow and like get comfortable with just working on an area, and trying not to rush. But it's hard sometimes. Yeah, I reckon it's part of my my ADHD. My broken brain. So after this one, I think we're going to try a bit of a psychedelic vibe. Either that, or we'll do a more like old school traditional. Just because we're trying to show off a few different styles, trying to show off a few different techniques. Because quite a few of these will end up in my portfolio, and also I'm trying to focus on things that I'm not particularly good at as a way of practicing them to get better. It's the only way you get better with art. It's the only way you get better with most things, but like specifically physical technical skills require repetition of task. So that's a thing I'm going to have to keep doing because it's a thing I'm not very good at. So the old American traditional, old school traditional tattooing style, I'm going to have to practice. So I can practice some of my moshis in that style, and we might get a little better at it. This is looking pretty good so far. Some nice little mushes. Happy with that. Happy days. Hope everybody's doing well out there. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day / night / morning / evening / whatever it is for you. I'm having a pretty good day. My day's been pretty good. Managed to get a little bit of a sleep in. Well, a fair bit of a sleep in, but a little bit of a sleep in. And then, potted around the house, did some cleaning, did some fussing, did a little bit of art. Then the lovely Lizzie Bell came home early, which was nice. Managed to get some admin done. Managed to fix up some things. Let's make sure we get that in the right order. Yep. Alright, I'm going to go with this ginger root, is what this one is called. We'll probably just work with that as it is, I think. This kind of yellowy, almost greeny, very, very light brown. But I think it's just the right color for these. I'm gonna add a little bit of yellow to them, but I think it's gonna be just the right color. And then we'll do like a cream, a very, very off-white. Not a very off-white, a very close to white for the stem. And then the gills, I think, are going to be a little bit more of that yellowy white color. I'm trying to create a little bit of contrast here. Yeah, that looks good. Oh, missed one. There we go. It's looking a little better. So we want this kind of lemony. Is that the right color? Creme? Creme the right color? I'm just gonna. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Just from the top down, I reckon. Not the whole thing, just, oh yeah, there we go. So just a gradient from the top of the stem. Just little bits. Little bits. Oh, that's a shot. For those playing at home, that was a Rick and Morty reference, so take a shot. Or a hydrate. Your dealer's choice. You're at home, so you're the dealer. Because you're serving to yourself. Oh, yeah, I'm liking these. This is looking good. All right, when I tattoo these, because I'm going to, when I tattoo these, it's got to be white at the bottom and then the cream on it, like a very off yellow white on the stem to pack color in to differentiate from the background, or alternatively, just the black outline and then the red cap. Those are the two options to make this look good. Everything else has to be either skin colored, just flat, or it has to really pop. The really pop, I think, looks really nice, but I'm looking at this currently on a white background with very close to white colors, so we'll see. Oof. I think my chicken might be disagreeing with me once again. Some funky chicken. Been trying to be really careful as well, because I'm on this FODMAP diet, don't know if I've told you guys before, but I don't know if anybody remembers. You probably do. The low FODMAP diet is like a elimination style diet. And basically the idea with it is it's for a range of things, but mostly just like for IBS. So your intestines are having trouble, your butt's having trouble, so you go on this diet and essentially like you just cut fucking everything out. You can't eat fucking anything. It's the worst. For I mean, it's supposed to be a month to begin with, the first part. And then once you have no symptoms, once you've kind of got it all out of your system, then you come back. Is this the right? No, that's way too dark. It's nice though. This kind of yellow, maybe? Is this going to be too yellow? It's quite yellow. I think we can work with it though. Yeah, that's not bad. We can work with that. Yeah, so you eliminate all the things until you don't have symptoms anymore, and then you start sort of slowly reintroducing things. I'm still technically on the... Well, yeah, I'm still technically on the eliminate everything phase, because even after eliminating fucking everything, I was still having symptoms, which annoyed the crap out of me. Literally. And so that wasn't fun for ages. But I figured out a few things that were causing issues for me, basically. Just via that process of like, okay, well, I have to cut this thing out now, and I have to cut this thing out now, even though they're not actually on the diet, or they're things that are like, hey, you could have these in very small amounts, and I have them in very small amounts and still have a response. So cut those out, and then it was fine. Anyway, done. Artwork. Tattoo. Leilani tattoo. I'll just write at the bottom that it's taken already. Words. Yeah, so I figured out like soy is going to be one of my problem things. Coconut milk is an issue apparently. In certain dosages. Lactose I can basically have none of, which is fucking annoying. Lactose or milk solids specifically in like chocolate is apparently an issue. Can't have too much of that. Can't have too much chocolate. I can have cocoa powder. I can have chocolate constituent pieces, but I can't have the like a dairy milk in too much or too many days in a row. Apparently that sets me off. So we're going through that process, and I should be up to the reintroduction phase, but because I keep having symptoms, technically I should continue with the have fucking nothing phase. But I have started reintroducing little things just to test. And it was bad. So we're now going back to the have nothing, because that's how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to have like 3 days worth of reintroduction of thing. If you have no issues, then it's fine. You just move on to the next one. If you have symptoms or issues, you then have to go back into the nothing phase for like a week, or I think it's like 5 days, to clear your system back out again. And then once you have no symptoms anymore, you can then reintroduce something else, or reintroduce the thing you just introduced, so that you can double check that you had problems with that thing. And it sucks. I really do not enjoy doing this, but I know it's important, so I will continue to do it. Sigh. Now, I'm going to quickly goggle Some of these things, because I have a general idea of how I should do this. American traditional mushroom. But I am quite sure, and this is where I'm gonna end up having troubles, and I have had troubles with this before. I absolutely know I have. When people talk about American traditional as a tattoo style, they will often point to examples that are actually neo-traditional and not at all American traditional. Alright, I've got some good examples of American traditional here. But basically, like, a lot of the American traditional stuff is... A good example of it is if you think of an artwork that is not trying to be perspective, like not trying to look realistic, and is trying to be a representation of that thing whilst looking flat. So the perspective is off, the almost like cubist. Simplified forms, very, very thick, clean lines, and very simple shapes with big blocks of color and then shading and gradients. That's American traditional. Neo-traditional, or any of the kind of new school techniques or neo-techniques, is basically taking that style or subject matter or technique and then applying it to a new thing. That is a new subject matter, a new technique system, or a new style, and then integrating it with the American traditional type thing. That's a lot of art. It tends to be most kind of like modern traditional art is actually neo-traditional. It's not American traditional. Because the whole point of the traditional is that you're following the traditions. You're following the technique and the style and the subject matter as closely as possible. So when you start adding in extra things and you start adding in your own flair, you're very quickly getting away from the tradition, which is the whole point of it. Anyway, that's a thing. But I kind of bumped into a difficult thing with that because I was asked a couple of times to draw some by someone who wanted a commission, and then within my tattoo apprenticeship, and some other things have come up in the past as well about like a similar kind of art style. And someone asked for something quite specific, or at least I thought was quite specific, based on genre and style. And then they were unhappy about it because it wasn't what they were expecting. And I think the conflict within that comes from they were expecting something very, very different because their understanding of the term was different. And there is, the argument there being like, who's correct in this scenario? Which can be a difficult thing to kind of work out in this thing. Where is my... Okay, I'm going to do like that. I'm trying to draw out something that approximates the thing that I've done, the mushroom that I did previously. Because we're trying to follow that same design. What are we listening to? It's very ambient. It is literally ambient. That one we liked. Let's listen to more things similar to this. Yeah, but basically, so one of the things I've kind of been thinking and come to terms with is like the mentor that I was apprenticing under was looking for something in particular. It might have been that they were looking for something that they were not communicating to me, either very well or just at all, just didn't communicate at all that that's what they were looking for in a thing, and so, you know, I was never going to be that thing. But the other thing I think happened was they were asking for me to do some designs and some things, and they had some expectations of what would come out of that didn't align with my expectations of what would come out of that, because I was working under a particular definitional understanding of these things, and they were working under a different definitional understanding of these things, and so they were unhappy. They didn't think I put in the time or the effort that should have, and I didn't understand or follow their instruction, and I thought I had followed their instruction to the letter, and so we kind of met at an impasse, which meant that I didn't get the apprenticeship in the end, and someone else did. But I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna try it again, and I'm just gonna be super careful with my communication. I'm going to be super clear about definitional terms. I'm gonna be super clear about, you know, making sure that I double check, you know, what it is that's being asked, what it is that the person wants, what it is that is expected. And then I will do my best to fulfill that, and then also fulfill the things that I think should be happening. So there's certain things that I was doing that I was working under a certain kind of assumption, and I will not do that anymore. I will not assume. I will just do. And hopefully we'll get in. Second time's a charm, or something. Where is? That's the one I was looking at. Yeah, so we've got 3 studios in the area. We've got 3 chances at this again, and then after that, we've got to wait a little while, and then we can go back and try again. But I hope on this run through we just kind of get it first time, because I don't want to have to keep going over this over and over again. And if that doesn't work out, if things fall through, then we're gonna learn on our own, and I'll probably do some of that learning on stream, so that you can all see. Which should be good fun. We'll have a license by then, so one way or the other, we'll start tattooing people. I'm hoping to start in the studio. I'm hoping to start with a mentor, but Failing that, if it takes too long, then it takes too long, and we just can't wait. So we won't. But we're gonna give it a try first. We're gonna try and do the right thing first, because supposedly that's important or something. Yeah. So we've decided. For those who haven't realized yet, we have decided to skip the well, not skip, but not do the psychedelic mushroom yet. We're going to do the American traditional first, or the traditional, because it's not necessarily American traditional because it's a mushroom. Have to where is the magic mushroom native to? I think it's Europe, but I will have to double check. I know they definitely have them in Europe. Let's Google that. Origin. Northern Hemisphere, temperate and boreal regions. It was then introduced to a lot of the Southern Hemisphere. Yes, but it doesn't tell me where it originated from. Ah, okay, so there are a few. There's the Euro-Asian, which is the quite red cap, which is from Northern Europe and Asia. Starts in an orange-yellow and develops a purple pigment. Then there's the American, which is red with yellowish-white warts, as opposed to the red with white. And then there's the American yellow, which is bright yellow, which is in kind of like northern. So the American is like Central America. The yellow is Northern America, like Canada, Quebec. Ziga, which doesn't have a specific area, supposedly, which is more of a pale orange-yellow, that kind of, almost the one that we've been drawing, this one that kind of has a gradient, and that seems to be more places. It's conveyed with pine seedlings, so it's basically everywhere. Australia, New Zealand, South America, South Africa, Asia. Yeah, so like basically everywhere now. It's ended up everywhere. Cool. That's exciting. Good to know. Now, here's a decision that I need to make. I think we do it this way. So they are just going to be circles, but they're going to be circles on the top of, because that is actually how the mushroom is. Yeah, rather than being big dots, we're gonna I need to not pattern space these. Let's get rid of that one. Pattern spacing, for those who don't know what pattern spacing is, your eye will naturally try and create a repeating pattern out of things if you place something if you place something along a frame, a form. So you will either try and space them equidistant from each other, or you'll try and line them in a pattern, some kind of, either it could be curved, but like it will try and if this light would, there we go. Let's see if we can do that. Come on. Fucking hell. I need to turn the exposure down on this, or at least turn the auto exposure off or something. Anyway, the kind of thing I'm talking about is, like, you see how these three are almost in a perfect line, and then these ones, there was a third one here, so that would have been a perfect line across there, and that would have been a line of pattern of like sets of three. So our brain looks for patterns, and we kind of unconsciously put them in. If you are creating an artwork that is supposed to look kind of organic and random, it will be very difficult to create a proper random pattern unless you're like really focusing on placement, because our brain will automatically try and put harmonized patterns in, and while those harmonized patterns look good, they do not look organic, and that's the problem. So then it doesn't look realistic, or in this case it doesn't look like, you know, the way you think a mushroom is supposed to look. Okay, we are... Do I want to use the big pen? I'm going to quickly go to the toilet, and I will think, and come back after having made a decision. Yes, you all did need to know that I'm about to go to the toilet. Alright, enjoy the music. I'm just going to make sure that it doesn't finish and cycle through. There we go. And I will be right back. Oh! Alright, I'm back. Bye! It's on the bookshelf. Second shelf. So we're going to use SC. See how this one goes. That's the one. Bye, love. Oh dear. Daughter, you got a toy. Good girl. Alright, let's get wiggling. Alright, so the idea with this is we've got a it's very minorly chiseled. I don't know if you could, probably can't even see it on this, but like it doesn't come to a point necessarily. It kind of comes to this like almost flat chiseled bit at the top, and the idea is we're going to get a thicker outline, and we won't have to go over it as many times. When you're doing this with a tattoo machine, you're going to use thicker needles, like more cluster of needles on your liner, and that will give you a thicker line, so that you only have to make a couple of passes, or one pass ideally, for American traditional. Where do I want to start? How do I want to do this? Because like I said, the trick here is smooth lines. So let's do the ones that we can't. Oh, I was not expecting that, and I'm not sure that I'm happy with that as a thing. That's a little annoying. Fuck. Back. Shit. That's alright, we'll make do. So, for those playing at home, this bit, you see how far the felt tip comes out, the ink tip comes out. That's soft, which means it moves. I was hoping for a harder, almost like a Sharpie tip. And it is not that. And the wiggling is actually kind of not good for what I'm trying to do with this. So I've got to be gentle and move more slowly. I'm a little worried about bleeding ink. It's not too bad so far. But these big long arcs are going to be a problem if the basically the nib is moving of its own volition in a direction. Because I'm not practiced in using it, I can't predict where it's necessarily going to go, and because we're hoping for smooth, clean lines, we can't necessarily do that with something that's sort of wiggling around of its own volition in different directions and places and things. Anyway, we'll give this a go. Worst case scenario, we can always do this one again. Nothing has to be perfect. I am trying very hard to come to terms with that idea. Yeah, I've got some daily affirmations that I've been working on. That was one of the things that that my therapist got me to work on. We have a lovely list sitting just over here on the side of the wall. Might as well tell them about you. Tell them about you? No, tell you about them. There we go. So I've got 4 listed here. I have a few more, but these are the ones that are important for everyday life. And the main ones are thinking about something is not doing something, or thinking about something is not doing a thing. Either way works. Basically, you can spend all the time thinking about it and planning to do it and trying to work out the process of doing it, but unless you actually start doing it, you haven't done anything. And this is really important for me as an artist, but also just me in general, because I will procrastinate things via planning them, via thinking about what I need to do next and working out all the steps and blah, and but if I don't just do the thing, then it never gets done, and I can plan endlessly because that's the way my brain works. I'm a perfectionist, so I'm constantly trying to perfect the plan to plan, basically. The next one is a common one. It's not one of mine, but I have stolen it because I really like it. The tiger is not real. This is about anxiety. I have generalized anxiety disorder. And the tiger is not real is basically just like the threat isn't there. The thing you're being anxious about isn't real. It's your brain making a thing to be worried about. And while there's some things of like, danger exists in the world and some situations like are bad objectively, they're not as bad as your brain is making them out to be, and you're not in danger. You're not in a situation that requires like fight or flight responses. You're in a situation that actually requires you to like stop and calm down and think and then act. And that can be really difficult for someone with anxiety, or just people in general, really. But for someone with anxiety in particular, the idea of like your initial bodily response is actually detrimental to you thinking about how to do this properly. So a good example of which is like public speaking. You need to say something in front of a crowd. You start getting stressed about it, and so you then, like, your body gets hyper excited, hyper stimulated. You kind of start to sweat and you get all clammy, and you might start to feel sick. In my case, I used to literally throw up, and like, fuck. It's the problem with big brushes. I wonder if I can erase that. I'm very sure I can't. I'm just gonna smudge this everywhere, aren't I? Hoping if I just... yeah, a little bit came off. I don't like this song. Yeah, so the idea being that, like, once the fight or flight thing kicks in, once your reptile brain kicks in, that basically closes all your higher order functioning. So you can't think of what to do next. You can't think of the appropriate solution, or you can't think or remember the things that you're supposed to say. So it's actively detrimental to doing the thing you need to do to get you out of the situation. And the reason your brain does this is because back in the day we had to fight tigers. Not specifically, but like the general idea was the world was a dangerous place, and your brain needed to be able to suddenly shut everything else out and just do the thing that kept it alive. And for people with issues with anxiety, and just everybody in general, like everybody gets anxious at times, has stressful situations at times. The unhelpful thing for our brain to do is to turn off our higher order functioning and to revert to reptile brain and just be like, nah, you don't get to think right now. We have to, solve problem. But solving problem requires you to think. And if you can't think, then you're kind of fucked. So that little mantra is a good reminder of like, hey, this isn't really that big of a deal. Like, this isn't the problem your brain is making it out to be. And if you calm down for a second, which is easier said than done, but like, if you can manage to calm yourself down for a second, you will be able to think your way out of this solution or problem. So that's a thing that I really like. And then after you have calmed down, if that manages to work, which it doesn't always, but like once you've managed to kind of go through the various processes of things that you need to do to calm down, the reminder that the tiger isn't real is a good way of being like, you know, hey, is this a thing that you are actually in danger from, or is this a thing that you are worried that there is a potential danger, and so you're assuming that that's what's going to happen? Like, the worst thing is always going to happen, because it doesn't. And that's a really common one, especially with people with anxiety disorders, a lot of disorders, but anxiety disorders in particular, of like catastrophizing, taking something to the nth degree every single time. And it doesn't need to be, because often it's not. And so it's not productive to constantly be worrying about worst case scenarios when that's like 0.1% of the time, or 0.00001% of the time, like effectively winning the lotto kind of thing, which does happen to people, does happen multiple times to people, so still very possible, but not useful in your everyday life to constantly be thinking like that, or that's about to happen to you. So that's that one. This is the one that kind of prompted me discussing these, but it's better to do many things poorly than one thing perfectly. There's been a bunch of studies, but the ones that I've really enjoyed are all about like art and art making. So there was 2 academic studies done, which were basically around artistic practice. One was a ceramics course. It was like an introduction to ceramics. And then the second one was a photography course. And they followed pretty much the exact same line of thinking. I don't remember which one was first, but the second one was basically trying to prove the point of the first one, basically just a repetition of results. And basically what the practice was half of the class was, so they were split up into 2 groups. Half of the class was given an assignment that was essentially, you can take one photo in the photography one, or in the ceramics one, you can make one pot, one vase, or whatever it was. I think it was a vase. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, you can make one artwork. You can make one thing, do one thing, but it has to be perfect. And that one thing will be your total grade, how good that thing is. Work for the entirety of the course on this one thing, and once you're at the end of it, that one thing, the quality of that thing will be your grade. The other half of the class was told, make as many of this as you possibly can. You are graded not on the quality of any of them, just how many you do. So, the photography one was like, take as many photos as possible with these elements in them. So there was still a requirement of like, you couldn't just like take 1,000 or 100,000 photos of just like a black square or whatever. They had to all be unique photos, and they had to all like have, I think it was like landscape and a thing in it, and a specific thing in it. So it was like, take as many photos as possible of those. They all have to be unique. And the ceramics one was like, make as many vases, or pots, whichever one it was. Make as many of those as you possibly can. You're graded on how many of them you made that still survived after the firing process. So obviously, if you made one that was really shit and didn't survive the firing process, then it didn't count. But as long as it was functionally a vase or a pot or whatever, like no holes in it and held water, then that's fine. Job done. They then, at the end of that, and this is the important bit, at the end of that course, they then got a professional outsider to come in, so a professional photographer and then a professional ceramicist to come in, and they picked out of the whole cohort, all of the things that were created, they picked the best, was it the best 100? Or the best 50? I don't remember. It was the top amount, basically. The top amount. All of the top amounts, all of the very best works of photography and ceramics were in the make as many as possible group. Even though they weren't being marked on how good they were, the fact that they practiced so many times and so much, they naturally got better just by working at it. Just by making more of thing. So I'm having to concentrate on this line because they have to be smooth. And so the basically the idea or the concept is that like as you work on a thing, if you there's like diminishing returns in how much effort you put into learning or practicing a thing. If you try and learn and practice a thing to be perfect, you will inevitably run into the issue of like not progressing any further because you're trying so hard to make the one thing you're doing perfect and not learning or practicing the key skills, the foundational skills over time. And if you continue to do that, if you continue to not progress any further, then your foundational skills suffer. And then there's the idea of like, sort of in tandem to this, there's the idea of like diminishing returns in technical quality. So you can spend 100 hours making one artwork, or you could spend 50 hours making two artworks, or 25 hours making 4 artworks, or, you know, an hour making 100 artworks. To begin with, the person who makes the 100-hour artwork will have a very, very good artwork at the end. But it will take them 100 hours to make. The person who makes 2 50-hour artworks will make 2 artworks that are functionally as good as, or almost as good as, the person who spent 100 hours, because those 50 hours of refining an artwork don't get you that much. It's really, really small, minute things that most people would never pick up on. It's the like experts or the people who spend forever looking at something that will actually then notice, you know, oh hey, you know, they put in this small thing, or they use this specific technique here, and I can see that like they even like curled the line at this particular end, and that's what makes it amazing. But most people will never notice that as a thing. So the 50-hour artwork is as good as the 100-hour artwork, and they've even found that the 25-hour artwork is as good as the 100-hour artwork, basically functionally. After you get past, like, I think they say it's like 10 hours continuously on an artwork, at that point, there are significant diminishing returns in quality, of, like, improvement of quality. So, like, it's still going up, but it's going up significantly less, like, plateauing almost. And then as you go down to even shorter and shorter times, like sub 10 hours, at that point you start getting to the ones that are like, you can tell they didn't put as much effort in. But more than 70-80% of people, pulling that number entirely out of my ass because I don't remember what the actual number was, but a significant portion of people will still think it's good enough, as in good enough to buy, good enough to show in a gallery, good enough to blah 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 blah, if you only spent like even an hour on it. So making 100-hour artworks is still significantly better than spending 100 hours on one artwork. because you have more artworks, you can sell them for more, and they look better. The even bigger and more important part of this as well, because all of that is interesting, but kind of like, well, yeah, duh. But the thing that's really interesting is if you spend 100 hours on one artwork, you don't get better at making artworks. You hyper focus on technical skills and you kind of refine artworks and stuff, but if you spend 100 hours making 100 artworks, even though they're not as good as the 100-hour artwork, even though they're not anywhere near as good as the 20-hour artwork, over time you will start going from what would have been a 1-hour artwork to being a 4-hour artwork, and then a 5-hour artwork, and then a 6-hour artwork. Because your skill level develops as you practice, and the more you do it, the better you get. And that's true of everybody, even of people who are already very technically proficient. So, essentially, what that boils down to is, do as many things as you can, even if you're doing them poorly, because you'll get better as you go. And that's an important thing, especially for a perfectionist like me, because the trick there is, it doesn't matter that the thing be perfect in my eyes, because it's never going to be. It's that the thing be good enough that someone else could look at it and go, yeah, that's passable. Because as long as it's passable, most people are going to see it and think it looks great. As in, I think it looks passable. Sorry, not someone, me in particular. Because I'm a perfectionist, because I can see all the things that are wrong with it, as long as I can see that it's decent enough, like there's no really obvious flaws, then it can kind of progress to the next, like everybody else can see it kind of thing. And then as soon as everybody else can see it, it gets legs of its own, and it's going to be, people will either point out the issues with it or they won't, and very often they just don't. Like, most people do not spend long enough looking at the things that you or I or anyone makes that they really have issue with it. Someone who does that is spending too much time on the things. Alright. So, now I can look at this and I instantly see the issues with it. Most other people are going to look at this and be like, yeah, you did really well. That is exactly what I'm talking about. I'm going to give this a second to just dry. Just going to waft it a little. So we're gonna have finished 2 artworks at the end of this. Oh, it's already midnight. I've been streaming for 3 hours. Yeah, we're gonna have finished 3 artworks by the end of this. These are the ones I'm going to use. I want to keep them in that order approximately, because that's the order they went out in. Oh, so we've got our Scarlet Lake, our Carmine Red. We've got Pumpkin Orange and Pale Vermilion. So you will remember we used the Scarlet Lake and the Pale Vermilion, these two, on these ones, and we're going to use these kind of transitionary colors in the middle here, as a way of bridging the gradient a little, and then we'll do our yellow, our pale yellows up through here, and our browns, and then through the cap as well. I'm just going to double check how other people have done this. Yeah, okay, that's a thing. That makes sense. I can still see a couple of bits that are like Not quite. Okay, looks like it's not smudging, so we'll erase now. We'll erase our guidelines. I tend not to use pencil guidelines when I'm drawing. I'm doing it more often now, and it's helpful, and I would advise people to do it, and to also use references. In the past, I have not, and this comes from a quite elitist view that I picked up, unfortunately, from one teacher, one specific teacher at university, who made a big point and a big show of being like, I don't use references and I don't use blah blah blah, and I draw and make the artwork first time, and I looked. Not that I looked up to this person, but I looked up to their artwork. I thought their artwork was very technically impressive, very, very good. They'd spent a long time working on that practice. And I made the mistake of thinking that's the way you should work. And that's wrong, because most artists don't work that way. And it's also not helpful. Unless you are doing one particular thing, and you do that one particular thing over and over again, you're not going to get significantly better at a practice without, guidelines, reference, scaffolding, just general assistance from elsewhere. And it is not a failing, and it does not make you any better if you do or do not use references, or if you do or do not use guidelines or stencil work or whatever. It can be more impressive, and there is something to be said of being able to do it just from eye and first time without having to rough it out or guide it out. There is something in the technical impressiveness of that. However, there is no value judgment there. It is not better to have done that. The one exception I will say is something like stencil and tracing. So if your stencil is basically the entirety of your artwork, and then you're tracing, and you didn't make the stencil yourself, and you're just tracing over the top of someone else's work, so you're basically just copying someone else's work, I think that is a different kind of beast. Again, your decision, but it's not something I would ever do. But I have started to use reference more often. I have started to use scaffolding guidelines. I've even started to use stencils, because for tattooing that's something I'm going to have to do. But I've still tried to make my own designs. I've tried to put my own flair or my own stuff, my own thing into whatever it is I'm making, even if it's a realism piece and I can only really copy, because that's the whole point of it. I've gone out of my way to make the stencil and make it as simple as possible, so that I can then work on the tone and the shading and the shapes and the form and everything on my own from scratch. I did quite a few with no stencil, so there is an artwork currently on there, the Vermeer girl with the pearl earring. Actually, the Mona Lisa and the Vermeer in pen, using the biros, both of those are with no stencil at all, no roughing. I just did those from eye, and they did not turn out amazingly, but they didn't turn out too bad. And then the girl with the pearl earring tattoo, and also the Mona Lisa tattoo, are both without stencil. So I did rough out the design first with pencil, but I didn't use a stencil for it. I just did it by eye, which is technically impressive, as in skills-wise impressive. But I can see where there are issues with what I've done. And so it would have been better to just use a stencil, and I should have just used a stencil. The problem is I didn't have a stencil. I don't have a stencil machine. So that is an issue that I'm going to have to rectify. So that one's done. But yeah, I used to have issue with that. I used to struggle with the idea of like, you know, I never wanted to use a reference because I didn't want to copy someone else's work. So I was constantly like trying to make a new thing from my mind. And it was good, but my artwork was like, it was never, when I was trying to do realistic things, my artwork was never as good as other people's because they all used references, because they all like followed the design of whatever the thing was that they were doing, whereas I was making it up from my head. I was having to remember what a thing was and how a thing worked, and then create something from scratch, like pose it in my mind and then draw it out from scratch. And like, I still do that a lot. Like a lot of the stuff on my Instagram right now is like that. And I enjoy it. Like all of these mushrooms as well. Like all of this one, not the other two, because the other two are following a realism thing, but like these designs are all like entirely from my head. They're not based. There are specific elements that are like concepts taken from another artwork, inspirations. But this is not copying anyone else's like design kind of thing. Whereas other people will go, okay, well, I'm going to take the basis, the outline of this, and then put in this, you know, this other bit. And then it's called photo bashing. I believe is the technical term for it in the industry. And it's basically like layering photos on top of each other, as a way of creating a foundation, and then you literally just draw and merge the elements together. In Photoshop, it's very, very easy to do, and digital artists do it all the time. Not all the time, but quite a lot of them do it regularly. And tattoo artists tend to do it a lot, so I'm gonna have to contend with it as a concept at some point. Because it is a thing that's done in the industry, and it's kind of an expectation of being able to create an artwork very quickly from a concept. I'm going to need to be able to like to show something to a client, be able to kind of design or photo bash something together. My plan of action for this is how I'm going to go about fixing this for myself, so that I don't feel bad about doing it. Even though I shouldn't feel bad about doing, but you know, I can't help that. Might have to go through therapy to fix that one. But one of the ways that I'm going to go about trying to fix that as a concept in my own mind is I will create a series of artworks of pre-existing designs, tattoo designs that are basically like Flash, that I can use for any tattoo, and I'm going to make it so that they are not used for, like, they're not tattooed on anybody just as is, that I have to then change them and merge them together or whatever to make an artwork in the end. But they'll function as the reference photos to begin with. Or I'll take a series of photos myself, either of myself or of various different props or various different things, so that I'm not taking someone else's, you know, work, and able to do it that way. So that's a thing that I'm going to do, that I've already started doing, that I'm going to try to continue doing, and see how that goes for me, see how that sort of progresses the idea, I guess. But it's tricky, like, the industry doesn't work that way. The industry is not... the industry is funny about originality in like broad sweeps, but not for like specifics. So like, if you copy someone's design entirely, they're very unhappy about that. If you copy it mostly, some people are unhappy about that. Quite a few artists would be unhappy about that. But that definitely goes on. And then as soon as you start like changing a design even to like 20-30%, people are like, okay, yeah, it's different enough now. And then that's it. That's the end of the discussion. There's no like, oh, well, you like, where's the originality? How did you come up with this idea? Like, there's no inspiration there. It's just you've like copied someone else's base and then changed it a little bit. And with the development of like AI and stuff like that, there's some very dangerous things on the horizon of, you know, the artists themselves didn't even change anything. The computer changed it ever so slightly, enough that it wouldn't be immediately recognized. Or at least if it was immediately recognized, there's enough changed that people can be like, oh yeah, I can see, you know, the artist's influence, blah, 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 blah. So it's a tricky one. And I don't know exactly how to reconcile it in my mind. Coming from an artistic background first, originality is super important to me. And sort of honesty of practice of this, like, you know, well, did I make the artwork myself? Is this a showcase of my art, or is this a showcase of someone else's skills and thoughts and process? Because they are very different things, and they should be very different things. But you know, that isn't always the case in these situations. So that can get a little messy, and we're gonna have to work on that. This is looking pretty good. I'm tempted to put some marker, Copic marker or whatever over the top of these ones, the little tiny ones, but I just know it will end poorly. Like it wouldn't look good. So despite the temptation being there, I need to not. Is essentially the answer to that. That looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. What I might do is, what does that do to this? Just brighten up this just a little bit. And we'll go in and put in this kind of like yellowy. What is this? Goldenrod. There we go. Goldenrod. Yeah, it's pretty close to a goldeny color that I would have picked and used. We're gonna finish this. We'll scan it in. I'll put them up on the Instagram, and then we'll raid out to someone. If anybody in the chat has someone in particular they'd like us to raid into, unfortunately we can't raid into the Cognitive Beard because he's not streaming right now. He's busy fussing with floors. Hopefully not still, because it's past midnight now, but you know, stranger things have happened. And I'm going to do a bit of tidying up and then go to bed, I reckon. Probably shouldn't stay up too late. I've got to go and get blood work done tomorrow, so that'll be fun. Just going to try and blend out just a little bit further. Don't want it to be too much. Just a little more all the way around. Should probably be a little bit more careful with the other side of this box because I don't know if it's going to leave marks on the other side of the page, because we definitely have another artwork there. We don't want to leave marks on that. Okay, so I'm going to use my my fancy eraser. Oh yeah, that's a thing. Just to dial this back a little bit, not too much, just enough. Cool. We'll use our creme. So we've got eggshell and we've got cream. Creme. So we'll use creme for the base, the stem, and we're going to use cream for this section, which supposedly is either a ring or a vola. I think it's the vulva, but I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, we'll color all this. Color all this with the eggshell. Yeah, so all of this is going to be going into my portfolio, which will be good. Good to have a range of styles, a range of techniques, showing off that I can do traditional and digital art in a range of styles, and that I can follow those styles quite closely. Emulate. Emulate? I think emulate is probably the right word that I'm looking for. I should know. Fucking art teacher. Well, not currently. Alright, so we're gonna do soft gradient of this. I'm a little concerned that that the scanner is going to eat most of this detail, most of this contrasting coloration and stuff. But we're gonna see what we can do. So we'll. Yeah, you guys basically can't see this at all. I don't know if I can... Oh, just... No. Basically what I'm doing is doing a really light gradient of cream from here down to white at the bottom here, as a differentiation of color. It is very slight. Intentionally so, but like, very slight. Yeah, that looks good. Alright, and now we want like a clay rose. Is clay rose going to be the color that I want? No, clay rose is not the color that I want. That is way too red. Well, pink is the problem with it. There is a nice brown. Let's test out this brown. Screeny brown, a light umber. Ooh, not quite. A bit more grey. What's this? Chocolat. Chocolat is a little closer to what we want. Let's go right to the other end. What's this? Dark umber. Oh, dark umber might be it. Let's do both. Let's do dark umber into chocolate. Into chocolat. We're just very lightly gonna color this bottom area. Oh, this is gonna struggle. All right, let's do it like this. We'll bring this in, and then I'm gonna take the color out of it with the eraser, I think. Because I want this dark brown base here, but I need it to be like a flat gradient, basically, because that's pretty much how this works with tattoos. Well, American traditional tattoos. I will say, this much gradienting is actually probably more neo-traditional, but most people will not agree with me on that, because it's so ubiquitous now, because everybody uses so much of this gradient in color, and the range of colors, that it's now just, you know, it's subsumed into the old way of doing things. So people look back and be like, oh yeah, that's how it was done, blah, blah, blah. And just no, that's it's just not. But yeah, it's a little bit more like solid blocks of color kind of thing, separated by lines. And the Neo tried really introduced the like lots of gradation of color. But I know for a fact that some of the people who are going to be looking at this portfolio don't subscribe to that thought process. So I need to work to their assumption. And you know, they've been working in the industry. They know their side of things, and so you know, for them it is the case. I'm not going to sit there and argue with them about it, even though, like from my point of view, definitionally, it's different. You know, industry definitions versus academic definitions. They can be different. They often are. It's a pain, but that's just the way these things work. Alright, let's clear this up a little, make sure we're in the lines everywhere. Make sure we're happy. Oh, that's looking pretty good. That's looking lovely. Lovely job. Let's pick up this. Is this the right one? Yep, eggshell. Going to colour to the line here. Because it is these little attention to detail things, these little things that I miss on first pass, or even second or third pass, honestly, that cost me the apprenticeship. So I'm gonna go in and make sure that they are done correctly. Again, I could spend many hours cleaning this up and fixing it up and making it perfect, but as long as it's like So people say 70%, but my thing is more like if it's between 85, 95, that's good enough. Again, there are some things that I could do here to improve this even further, but it is good enough, and that's what matters. Good enough is what matters. All right, let's. Oh, I'm gonna move all this shit off the top here. Fucking hell. Hey, okay, and then plug in printer. Turn you on. Did I plug in the wrong thing? Nope, that is the printer. Oh, yeah. Just took a second to wake up. Alright, and then we're going to scan. Make sure the page is clean. We're going to scan in each of these artworks. Our 4 lovely artworks. And then we'll upload them to the Instagram, and then we will raid out into someone else. And give them some lurky lurks. I think once it comes back up, I probably could have spent a little bit longer on this. I'll be honest. I'm going to put it up anyway. But like these shade lines are quite rough. And there's a lot of things that I can see in here. This is not an 85% artwork. This is less than that. However, I like the overall vibe and size and stuff, and the fact that it is an exact counterpart of this one, which was the point of it, I very like. So I'm going to keep them together and present them together. But this one is lacking, and this one is not. This one makes up for that one. Some people will be like, well, that's very specific and kind of silly, and, you know, why are you worried about that as a thing? And to which I answer, well, because I always worry about things. Okay, I need to open up my scanner. Scan. We can close you. I should probably have something here, shouldn't I, while we're waiting? Art book. What have we made recently? So here is some... let's just... There we go, do that. Here is some... Trash polka. Not done. Very, very not done, but trash polka. This is Chicano. Latin inspired. We've got some lettering work there. Oh, we've got our Crusader. Our Crusader was good. I enjoyed making the Crusader. That's just planning work. This is ignorant style stuff. I like this. It's silly, but it's fun. That's going to be watercolor. That's going to be glitch art and pixel art. Oh, here's a good one that we've been working on. It's not done, but there's a thing we're working on at the moment. You can have a look at that. So this is biomechanical and what's the word? There's biomech, and then there's something. Fuck, what's it called? I will remember it at some point. Somewhere. Somehow. Yeah, basically like Biomechanica. Style art. Scan this. And the whole point behind biomechanical art is like merging of bionics and mechanisms. Usually a lot of like gear, piston, car type imagery in tattooing. Or it's very the word that I can't remember or think of off the top of my head is like the bio art. It's a bio something, and that's like if the mechanic of it was made of biological matter. So it's very Aliens. It was inspired and started by the guy who first designed Aliens, who made Aliens, and did a lot of prop and set design for and the puppetry, the live puppetry for a lot of like early sci-fi horror films, that kind of stuff. And it was what the fuck's his name? It's not Giger, is it? I'll have a look in a minute once I finish scanning stuff. But yeah, so the whole thing is inspired by that, and so I made 3 little different designs there. We've got the stock standard, the one that all the peeps are gonna want to get, all the folk in my town, which is basically just like car mechanics piston thing under like ripped or torn skin. It's a pretty common trope. And then the second one is the very bio one, the very Aliens version one. Why is that doing that? Let's push it back down and start again. And then the last one is like a merging of the kind of the two. So it's like an anatomical heart and then piston, two-stroke piston system. Mechatronics. Let's put it out a little bit wider. There we go. That'll do. And then we'll scan that. Go down to the fucking thing and then scan. Basically, I'm trying to get rid of that. There's a shadowy patch right where the binder is, the ring binder is. It's the only problem with working in these kind of art books. They're very difficult to scan properly in, especially if you're working right to the edge. So now I have to put my weight down on it to make sure that the paper is right on the glass, so that it scans properly. Hoping that my talking isn't bumping it too much. Should be fine. It's a high quality scan, so it's going very slowly. And as soon as these two are in, we'll edit them a little bit in the Photoshops. Not much, just like putting together the placement and the style, and cropping them so that they fit nicely on an Instagram layout, and then we'll port them through. I'll post them up, and then we'll raid out to someone. We're mainly just doing this because people asked to see what we've been working on, and if I don't have something ready, then I feel like that's a wasted opportunity. Especially if we've just literally just been working on it. Like we might as well showcase that. Okay, cool. That's done. Let's double check these images. That has eaten a lot of detail, but that's fine. Yeah, that's not bad as well. Ugh, fucking vocals. New. There we go. Sorted. Alright, let's, where were we? Documents. you over on the side over here, and I'll move to a new page. While I just quickly edit these things. Oh, here's one. Here you go. This is the line art for the 2 psychedelic works that are on my Instagram. So if you're keen to see sort of progress kind of thing, that's kind of how this works. That's kind of how this looks. Tattoo designs, flash. So this is black and grey. Mush. That's probably fine. Mush design. Cool. Done. Recrop. Export advanced. Border. Lineless. Lineless. Rear color realism. Mush design. Slightly off center, but we can work with that. Oh, fucked up. Okay, so we can close that one. Cool. And then we need to rotate this. Rotate. Done. And then we need to crop. I really like these little mushrooms. These are fucking adorable. Yeah, I could work on these a little bit longer to really finish them up. Outside mush design. Oop. Okay, mush design. And then we got our American trad. That's not on the image, is it? Fuck. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I might have to make a few of these, the little mini mushes. For sure. Because, actually, now that we've done that, we can actually put the old ones back, can't we? There we go. This is what we were working on. Hey, hey! Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a few more of these, I think. Because I'm really enjoying them. Yeah, I really like the design. And like just the way that turned out looks really good. Like the pattern. I think if I cleaned it up and made it a little bit bigger, a little bit more of them, it'd be a really good print. So maybe that will end up as a print in the store. Why is this not doing what I wanted to do? Worked, supposedly. Okay, American trad. Black and grey mush. Lineless color mush. And outsider mush. Oh, they're all big. Cool. Alright, let's have half a squiz at who we could be raiding into. Alright, we're going to raid into an art streamer. Just because we should. See, I would have raided into James, but he's playing Risk of Rain, which is cool and good on him. Did a whole bunch of art about Risk of Rain, but I think we're probably better off raiding into someone else. Maybe Buttery Smooth or Tofu Senshi or Sims Art, perhaps. What's Sims doing? Tofu's doing some digital art, doing some elves. Sims is doing some pretty cool witchy art at the moment. And vibin', pretty good. I think it's got to be Buttery though. Yeah, let's raid into Buttery. Bit of Buttery Smooth. Oi, oi. Oh, he's doing some fucking awesome work. All right, let's make sure this worked. Oh, they're still uploading. Feck me. Well, it's almost 1 o'clock. Jeez. Streaming for 4 hours, that's pretty good. It's not a bad stream, we've done pretty well. Skål. Okay, well, last one's almost done. Now, do I do these all as one? No, because people don't swipe on fucking Instagram. Because they're stupid. I mean, they're not actually, but... Anyway. Ba 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 da ba ba. Ba ba da ba 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 ba. Yeah, so the real fun part of this is going to be, and this is not a thing we're going to be doing on stream, but it will be on my Instagram, so keep an eye out for that. The real fun part of this is going to be, I am going to... There we go. That's what we wanted. I am going to take all of these designs and do them as tattoos. So I'm going to redo all of this as tattoos. So it might take me a couple of goes to get all of them kind of perfect, or at least sort of close enough to the way that I'm happy with them. And then I'll be posting them up on the Instagram. Basically, I'm going to do like a side by side of like, here's the design and then here's my attempt at the tattoo, and we'll see how we go with that, which will be pretty awesome. Okay, so here's the quickest way to do this. I want to start with my lovely tiny mushes. Okay, so outsider / ignorant art. So to design, and they are Manita muscaria mushrooms. And then we go art, tattoo design, traditional art, pencil, and ink, pen and ink, pen and ink. Mushroom tattoo. Mushroom art. Nita muscaria. And then we copy and paste that bit so that we can do this quicker next time. And then we go ignorance style, ignorance tattoo. And then we go boop, boop. All right, first one's done. Second one, we'll do the black and grey because I don't super get about that one. Black and grey tattoo design. Alright, that's 2 in. We could probably raid now, so let's get ready to raid Buttery. Whoop. Cool. And let's get ready to raid. Make sure you give Buttery our love. If you are subscribed to me, you can copy my little raidy-doo here. Raid. So there it is. You can copy my little raidy-doo. We should be back to Moz. And to Moz, we'll probably be doing some Valheim, but we'll see how we go. Because everybody might be a bit out of it and a bit tired after a week's worth of fussing and doing things. So, you know, hold fast for that as a thing. And we'll try and get that to work out. We'll try and get that to go. Okay, the raid is going to go. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for being here for the art and listening to me rant and be weird. Yeah, here tomorrow, hopefully. If not, then you know, next week. So, bye.